Chapter 1698. Published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:04 and 34 seconds AM. Chapter 1698. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1698. Storms. The smiles on the faces of the Sword faction members froze as Lionel took another casual step forward. With a wave of his hand, several bubbles appeared in the air, encasing the swords, flying about the surroundings and locking them in space. This was precisely what emulation spatial force was best at. He might be limited in his ability to use it to move since his comprehension of it was too low, but when it came to stacking and locking space, it truly earned its right as a top 5 spatial force in all of existence. With another step, ethereal star force wrapped around Lionel's body, his speed skyrocketing as he appeared before the Cena family member. His spear pierced forward. Its tip was so small, and yet the momentum behind it felt like a raging tsunami. Just looking at it, the heart of the Cena family member rose and fell in waves, his head snapping from left to right only to find the 2 seared family members flying by his sides, unable to stop themselves. He roared, taking out another sword and swinging out with all the might that he could muster. But before he could even finish his strike, the aura of Lionel's absolute spear domain shredded his accumulating force to pieces, assimilating his sword force and making the rushing tsunami grow all the taller. The Cena family member was sent flying into the distance before Lionel's spear even landed, his bones being crushed beneath the pressure as though he was facing a demon general. He crashed along the ground, the whites of his eyes rolling forward as he began to foam at the mouth. It was hard to tell if he would ever have the capacity to battle again. Lionel's spear aura continued to wash forward, wreaking havoc everywhere it went and shredding the attempts to block it into pieces. It crushed everything in its path, catching up to the flying Seward family members and ravaging the both. Lionel came to a stop, clicking his tongue slightly as he retracted the rest of his strike. It seemed that he had gotten a bit overly excited and used a bit too much strength. With the current state of his sword force, whenever he unleashed too much of it, he wouldn't even have to strike down most people. Most so-called geniuses would just directly crumble. Lionel had a feeling that this was a result of high-level force manipulation, a direct suppression that truly represented a gap between dimensions. In the most literal sense, a person who is a dimension above you should be infinitely more powerful. No matter how powerful he was in the 6th dimension, he should never be able to face someone in the 7th dimension. However, in practice, at least until now, he had never experienced such a gap. Not until, at least, he had entered that zone. But in that zone, the true gap lay not in dimensions, but in degree of force manipulation. The Blue Cobra Demon had been able to toy with him like a ragdoll precisely because of this gap. While Lionel had yet to figure out how to progress his other forces reliably, his grandfather had already done the work for him when it came to the spear, so it wasn't a surprise that his current spear force was so absolutely suffocating. If it wasn't for the fact he had gotten a bit excited knowing how to progress his spear force from now on, he wouldn't have displayed so much of it. If he was too unrestrained, he might truly accidentally kill someone. Lionel looked around and chuckled slightly. Even those that hadn't been wrapped up in his spear aura and escaped injuries had mostly fainted. Those that managed to retain their consciousness had all fallen to the ground. If one came to look now, without knowing what had happened, they would have never guessed that this was actually the famous sword faction. Lionel looked around as though trying to see if there was anyone else, but after a while, no one stepped forward, so he could only shrug. It seemed that the truly powerful members of the sword faction were busy today. Lucky him. That meant that his job would end early. Now he could rush back to his Aina. Whistling a small tune, Lionel crushed his emulation spatial force spear and began to casually walk away. He paused for a moment when he remembered that he had kept the Cena family members' swords locked in place. With a thought, he released them and caught one in his hands before nodding to himself. There wasn't anything special about the swords aside from being a bit lighter than normal, even though their construction was fairly ordinary. It was truly the force and the secrets behind their manipulation that made them so powerful. Lionel's eyes sharpened, zooming into a section of the blade just before the hilt. There was a mark there so faint that if not for his gaining the pieces of the Bao domain lineage factor, he would have never seen it. Right there are the faint etchings of what looked like delicate calligraphy. Lionel tossed the sword away and grasped at another one, then another. Each time he finished, he nodded to himself. All of the swords had this brand. One could have easily mistaken it for the signature of a craftsman if it wasn't for the fact that they were all just the slightest bit different. If I incorporate this into that, yes, the results would be excellent. Lionel slotted this into the back of his mind before tossing the swords aside and walking away. In his wake, the groans of swordsmen and women echoed through the faction. In the distance, the seventh-dimensional overseers of the sword faction could only clench their fists, unable to do anything. As for Cornelius, who was still following in the skies, he had already rubbed a few layers of skin from his forehead. This child would truly be the end of him. He had just returned. Why was he already in the center of so many storms? This would definitely not end so simply. Chapter 1699, published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:04 and 35 seconds AM. Chapter 1699. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 1699 waves. And, sorry everyone, have a splitting headache right now, so I only managed to squeeze out 2 chapters. It felt like every time Lionel did something new, the information brokers of the Void Palace would try their best to keep a rein on the information. After all, this was how they made money. How could they not do such a thing? However, it was slowly becoming impossible to continue to do this. From the Void Tower to the Bao Pagoda, then to the Spear Pagoda, and then to the Sword Faction. Every step Lionel took through the Void Palace only caused more and more waves. Soon, the number of individuals who had heard of things that happened began to overlap, and quickly news began to disseminate. First, it was the results of Lionel's climb up the Void Tower. This was one of the most difficult things to hide because of the news names of the ranking list, and it was especially difficult because the names used were simply too shocking. The name Morales was one that echoed loudly through the human domain. In fact, as one of the strongest forces of the humans, it was likewise a name many of the other races were well aware of as well. The moment the name Lionel Morales was seen on the leaderboards, the forgotten Seventh Nova anchored his place in the minds of many who had long since forgotten him. However, this was just the very beginning. In fact, it could be said that Lionel's name wasn't actually the most shocking one to be seen on that list, because in the near quarter century he and Aina had disappeared for, the names of the prominent families of Earth had likewise come into the public consciousness. The name Brazinger carried with it an all-new connotation, a sort of weight that could very well increase to the point it stood next to the greatest families of the human domain, or at the very least, that was the way those of the human domain saw it. Not many knew that Lionel was of Earth, and that he shared a lineage with its current emperor. But now that everyone knew that his woman was actually a member of this new and shocking family, it caused an uproar in its own right. Those that had been fighting against Lionel that day were so distracted by him and his results that they hadn't even registered the fact that Aina was, in fact, a Brazinger. Due to this, the wave of shock toward Lionel lessened for a bit in some regards and increased in others. A lot of things suddenly made sense. Aina was an exceptional talent, one that would most definitely have long since claimed a spot on the Queen Beauty rankings already had she not disappeared for so long. But she had also seemingly come out of nowhere. The Void Palace was a place where everyone could come so long as certain standards were met, so Aina's background had never been important. After all, let alone Aina, the Void Palace had even admitted some non-humans in the past and present, although they were in a very small minority. Now, though, it all seemed to make sense. Could it be that the Morales family had had a stake in Earth long ago? This seemed like a very simple question, but the weight behind its answer couldn't be underestimated. Earth had been a taboo for a very long time because it could very well be the center of another all-out war within the human domain, something that couldn't be allowed to happen with danger lurking over the horizon. If, though, the Morales family had made such a bet in the past, this could spark another conflict. It had to be remembered that even with the Camelot zone being tampered with in the past, it was done extremely covertly. In fact, just for that matter, in order to silence Lionel, the latter had almost suffered the punishment of death. If it hadn't been for his grandfather taking action back then and crushing the opposition, Lionel would likely be dead already. This matter was clearly not a simple one at all, and it was news that was capable of causing a tsunami of waves through the Void Palace. But before that wave could even settle, the matters began to pile up one after another. First, it was the battle with Conan. With news of the Void Tower spreading, how could news of this not spread as well? The idea that the invincible armor of the Cataclysm generation was coming crashing down was enough to leave many in stunned shock until a simple fact was remembered. Wasn't Lionel, too, a member of the Cataclysm generation? In fact, not only was he a member, he was one of the only 3 to gain Amethyst token rights when the selection had come to an end, and of the other 2, one was the sword deity and the other was actually his girlfriend. News that the battle between Lionel and Conan was not only won by the former, but easily at that, was a shocking revelation that most still weren't willing to accept despite this truth. However, even this dust wouldn't settle before news of a man clearing the 12th floor of the Bao Pagoda was spread, and it only made it more polarizing that this man was banned from entering the archery faction for the next 10 years right after for nearly crippling a member of the Terrius family. All of this came to a head when it was learned that this was once again a feat of Lionel, shocking to an extreme and enough to leave people in complete and utter silence. Unfortunately, the news that day was truly relentless. Right after, news of the Spear faction's Spear Pagoda being cleared to perfection spread like wildfire, but it didn't even have time to calm before the so-called massacre of the Sword faction fell. An unsettling sort of silence fell over the Void Palace, but the man in question was taking a nice nap. Since he was unable to find Aina, he couldn't be bothered to do much other than wait for his Void points and make a final trip to the Void Library. Everything else was meaningless to him. As for the reactions of the Void Palace, though it would probably mean something later, he still couldn't be bothered to give it much thought. Chapter 1700, published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:04 and 35 seconds a.m. Chapter 1700. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1700. Center of the storm. Lionel got up with a yawn. With a quick flicker of his eyes, he could tell exactly how long had passed and felt that it was about time he made his way to the Void Library. With a thought, he appeared outside of the segmented cube and took a step, quickly heading in that direction. Not too long later, he was standing before a familiar flight of steps, one that it had taken him a great deal of effort to climb when last he was here. Lionel smiled lightly, thinking about that moment. Because he only had 24 hours back then, he was in a great rush, so he had gone right from the stairs to the library, even wasting an instant recovery so that he would be in the best shape possible, so that he could minimize the time he wasted. Now, however, Lionel didn't think that so much was necessary. These stairs that had been daunting before felt so very normal to him now. With a step, he vanished, leaping hundreds of stairs at once as he blazed a path upward, leaving many who were still climbing in his dust. Even as he moved, his speed only seemed to become faster and faster. By the time he looked up, he could already see the shadow of the library, the smile on his face widening. Lionel stomped his foot hard when he next contacted the ground, propelling himself upward with a wind-tearing momentum. Bang! He landed heavily at the top of the stairs, several glances landing on him all at once. Lionel knew that many of these people were domain-ranked disciples, a silent herd of individuals he could only see in very rare places like this one. They were truly mysterious. The last time he was here, even he couldn't quite feel their true strength. But now he was absolutely certain that they had enough power to crush him with a finger. That said, that could only be expected. It was impossible to be a domain-ranked disciple without first being a seventh-dimensional existence. But even then, that wasn't enough. It also required a certain amount of talent as well, much like the other ranks. Of course, just stepping into the seventh dimension alone was a testament to one's talent. The sixth dimension could be considered to be a huge watershed, even more so if you were following the God path. If one had enough time, they could brute force their way into the fifth dimension, but entering the sixth required a certain level of personal achievement, something that placed you far above the masses. The seventh dimension was an even more exaggerated version of this, leaving it as a watershed reserved for only the cream of the crop of an already small population. But these domain-ranked disciples were even a step above that. It was no wonder it was so difficult for the past Lionel to see through them. Still, Lionel just smiled lightly and stepped toward the library's doors before he entered a familiar world of darkness. All around him, the bits and pieces of the network that he had already formulated lay untouched. Lionel took a breath, and he sunk into a state of meditation, spreading his starry spirit domain outward. Over these last few days of sleep, he had allowed his mind to adjust to its most ultimate state, but he had also considered other things quite thoroughly. There seemed to be a very special connection between the best resources of the Void Palace. Whether it was the pagodas, the Void Tower, or the Void Library, all of them had a very thin thread connecting them all: Dreamforce. It wasn't too obvious at first, but Lionel felt that there had to be a reason for all of this, and he felt that it was even more obvious when it was considered that the only place he ever saw domain-ranked disciples was in this very place. If the domain-ranked disciples knew of Lionel's thoughts, they would be quite shocked. This was because the reason for these matters was only made known to them after they reached their current disciple rank. Before that, they were in the dark like everyone else. Lionel also hadn't forgotten his shocking realization about zones, and how their very beings seemed to be formed of dream force as well, to the point where he was even able to use his affinity to find secrets within it. However, all of these bits and pieces of information led him nowhere. He didn't have an answer for it all, and he could only sit in idle curiosity, unless, that is, he could find a potential answer here. Lionel knew that he was running out of time in the Void Palace. Those lurking enemies of his in the darkness might have let him stay for a bit longer if he was weaker or more low profile, but they would soon realize that the more time he was given, the more difficult it would be for them to do what they wanted to do. In that case, this meant that Lionel would only have one go at this, one final stretch within the Void Library, one final chance to learn everything it had to offer. Lionel's eyes snapped open, his force rushing out like a tsunami. One after another, floating motes of light rushed toward him in batches of dozens at a time. Unlike the previous time where he biased it with spatial force research, this time he didn't discriminate against anything. Today, no matter how many times he had to use instant recovery, he would do it. He really wanted to see who would give in first, himself or the Void Library. As Lionel's battle was beginning, the machinations that he was certain would unfold had indeed begun too. But the location where they began would be a surprise even to him, albeit quite a small one. That was because the center of the coming storm would begin in a place he was quite familiar with, the very same information network he had paid twice for information on Tranavire. This was none other than the Winding Shadow faction, now known as the Winding Shadow Legacy faction, run by none other than Ronin Sith. Chapter 1701, published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:04 and 35 seconds a.m. Chapter 1701. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again. Chapter 1701. Surefire motes of light quickly revolve around Lionel, their speed increasing with every passing instant. He seemed to have already lost himself in the movements, completely uncaring of the kind of stamina he was blowing through every moment. There had probably been very few in the history of the Void Palace who had completely assimilated all of the knowledge that was here, and probably none who would do so in a mere 2 visits like Lionel, and the difficulty easily spoke to that. However, even so, the experience was incredibly rewarding. After Lionel had assimilated all of the fourth-dimensional information in the Void Library, he had finally gone from an ignorant boy to someone who could be considered to have firmly stepped into the dimensional verse. Although there were still some simple matters that he didn't quite grasp, they were so insignificant that they didn't mean much on a large scale. Now, however, Lionel was quickly not only becoming well-informed, but he was even becoming more informed than most. It was like the difference between an individual finishing grade school and someone who had worked their way up to a doctorate, but the main distinction here was that rather than having this doctorate in just one field, Leon was quickly gaining them in everything. Studies and research papers on spatial force were just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, it could be said that they were among the rarest research conducted purely because of how rare spatial force was. There were more research papers on niche elemental forces than there was for spatial force on the whole. When entire elemental chains were taken into consideration, the difference was even more jarring, but the findings were equally as fascinating, although it was impossible that they would all be as useful as the Lotus research paper Lionel had read before that allowed him to form his Lotus domain. However, there were still quite a few that were interesting. For example, when it came to fire force, there were quite a few papers on chain reactions and using them to make your fire force not only more powerful and sustained, but also more erratic and unpredictable. There were numerous applications just for this one path of study, everything from long-range attacks to sudden burst movements to even increasing the power of a strike in random intervals to catch an enemy off guard. But that was just fire force, and it was just a single potential path of growth. On the other side, there was water force. One of its interesting paths was actually very much related to resonance and its usage. There was a research paper that focused on using water force like a wine glass and any attack like a sound wave. Once this was achieved, you could either choose to continue to trap the attack, then truly go the full extent and allow your water force to shatter, repelling the strength and even using it against an enemy. The number of paths was too numerous to count, and the number of research papers was even greater. It made a reality set in for Lionel. Weren't all these things just different forms of force manipulation? Then what was truly the difference here? Was it that the people of the zone started honing in on these matters much earlier? Was it that this path was simply incorrect? Or was it something that he was missing? Lionel couldn't help but wonder about these things, comparing and contrasting the research papers here to what he had seen in the zone. After doing this, it wasn't long before he came to a fundamental difference. Although these research papers were great and could even increase the strength of a force while it was in use, it was ultimately not fundamentally changing anything. The foundation of the force was still the very same foundation. If Lionel had to make a comparison, it was akin to a person who was weak of body being incredibly skilled in martial arts. Yet, they would be able to display great strength, but how much of it would be maximized if they were also malnourished or half-dead? However, Lionel still felt that this comparison wasn't quite perfect. The people of the zone didn't use all of these weird force application methods. For example, that youth with a high spatial affinity Lionel had met before Thela was completely caught off guard by the use of his Lotus. It felt like there were two completely different paths, one of which was clearly more powerful than the other, at least on the surface. Is it that it's more powerful? Or is that this method of force manipulation is still in its fledgling state? Just look at how many research papers there are here, and how many of them test the very same thing, just in slightly different ways. The history of the Void Palace is about 500,000 years from my understanding, but just from a casual look through the Oli Dark family's library, I was able to see that the history of that zone is easily 100 times that. And that's just from the perspective of one of its weaker families. Who knows how much those much stronger families and organizations can see back? If you look at things like this, the human domain just hasn't had enough time to truly flesh out this method of force manipulation. But Lionel was a bit hesitant to just accept this with open arms. The reason was that it was too difficult to tell what the end of the road had for this path. While it could potentially match the road the zone had taken in the future, there was no guarantee. However, on the other hand, it wasn't as though Lionel had a surefire method waiting for him on the other side either. Even if he started down this more vetted path, there was nothing to assure him that he was even taking the right steps. Chapter 1702, published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:04 and 35 seconds a.m. Chapter 1702, if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 17. Omen Lionel didn't force himself to make a decision, still focused on assimilating more. However, part of his mind still wanted to feel like he was headed in the right direction, so he allotted some of his thoughts to organize this information slowly. Ultimately, the main difference between the two paths was that one was focused on physical manifestations of change, while the other was more focused on ethereal manifestations. Wait, Lionel had quite a real-world example of this, did he not? His grandfather's step-by-step progression from calligraphy to painting. Which category did it fall into? Was it physical or ethereal? There was no fundamental change to the way Lionel utilized his spear force. It was fundamentally a change that occurred on the ethereal level, changing the artistic conception that breathed power into his spear. That was that case closed, right? But when looked at from a different angle, it was also a physical change. After all, Lionel was consciously manipulating his spear force with the use of his dream class technique to form a different demeanor by which he could project a powerful artistic conception. Due to this, he had found it difficult even to properly use his spear domain lineage factor, as it required a more ethereal comprehension. On its face, this was clearly a contradiction. But maybe that was because his way of framing it was wrong from the very beginning. Although the manifestation was ethereal, didn't it have a physical presence? Weren't the changes that happened ethereally used to catalyze real-world changes? So no, the difference here couldn't possibly be a matter of physical and ethereal. It was deeper than that. Lionel felt that he was on the cusp of understanding something, but it was too profound for him to quite grasp. Even as he tore through the research papers, he still couldn't quite find his answer. For the first time, he felt that his intelligence actually wasn't high enough, and it was quite frustrating. In truth, Lionel was being too hard on himself. Enlightenment wasn't meant to come in endless waves, and even when they did, there would be peaks and valleys. These were things meant to be researched over the course of a lifetime, not just grasped in a single day. But Lionel just kept pushing. He didn't want to understand it all at once. What he wanted was a spark, a single ignition that would light the small fire he would protect until it became a raging inferno. So he turned to an ability he had relied on for years, his dreamscape. Lionel created his dreamscape, ironically, within a library as well, although it was very different from this one. That library had been Camelot's library. The purpose of the ability was to act as a sort of network of miniature brains in Lionel's mind. In everyday life, no matter what he came across, or how small the detail, he would subconsciously arrange it into one of his dreamscapes by category. By now, Lionel had millions of tiny dreamscapes in his dream world, each one with a different network of information and many of them with overlapping redundancies. But that was the point. Oftentimes, brains got distracted, they forgot important details, or took into consideration useless details. Even for someone as smart as Lionel, he was fallible and could make mistakes. But that was where his dreamscape came in. Each one was like a uniquely designed software for a very specific task. And as such, whenever a link was made in one of them, a spark would light and Lionel would immediately be alerted. This time, as he built a new dreamscape, Lionel stripped down all the useless jargon and only built it up with what he needed the absolute most. There were scenes of Thila's force manipulation of the Cobra demons, even of Mistress Olidarks. On top of that, he added bits and pieces of the most interesting research papers he had read, some of which he planned to incorporate himself and others of which he only wanted to use for reference, as he felt he had better ideas on how to apply them elsewhere. The hours passed, and Lionel's speed of assimilating his network only seemed to increase. What he didn't know was that after the first 24 hours passed, there was a sudden change. Outside of the Void Library, there was an inconspicuous board that was easy to miss. It too was filed with names. However, this board was easily ignored because there were hardly ever changes to it, nor was there any movement. This board was a leaderboard, but it was maybe the most unique leaderboard of Void Tower because no one quite understood what it was for. All anyone knew was that there was a name match with a number. The higher the number, the higher the name. First place Cynthia Oman, 83. 29. This first-place name had remained undisturbed for decades. In fact, this individual was no longer even a domain-ranked disciple of the Void Palace. No, instead, they were the members of the only other family that could hope to stand against the Morales and the Seward family without the backing of an alliance. However, despite this being so, this family was still the head of maybe the strongest alliance there was in the human domain. The Oman family, or as most would recognize them, as the head of the Force Crafting Guild Alliance. As for the number 83, 29, it wasn't a normal number at all. Rather, it was actually a percentage. As for what it represented, it was the percentage of the Void Library integrated in her network. Of course, this Cynthia Oman had another famous title, and that was as the woman who should have been the wife to Velasco Morales, or as many called her, the Scorn Queen Beauty. There were just 100 names on this unchangeable list, but at that moment, there was a change at the 100th spot. 100th place, Leonel Morales, 21. 38. Chapter 1703. Published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:04 and 35 seconds a.m. Chapter 1703. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1703. 100%. The sudden change to the list, despite the fact it was rarely paid attention on the whole, was enough for all of the domain-ranked disciples to look at once. In that instant, the Void Library went from a quiet ambience to suddenly being forced to withstand a rushing wind. Their gazes sharpened, focusing on the name. When they saw the name Morales, their brows couldn't help but shoot up. There were 4 other Morales family members on the list, but this wasn't too surprising. The Morales family was the only crafting power capable of competing against the Force Crafting Guild in terms of quality of materials output, although they had no way of keeping up with quantity. With the design of the Void Library, those with greater mental properties would perform better. As such, it wasn't too surprising that the Morales family would have such a showing. However, what shocked them was that they didn't recognize this Leonel Morales name. If the disciples below were detached from Leonel's legend, at least in the beginning, then the domain-ranked disciples were even more so. They were disconnected from the world and only really paid attention to their improvement. If there was anyone or any group that they did know about, it was most definitely the 7th-dimensional individuals of the Void Palace, as they were the only ones with a chance to one day become domain-ranked disciples. But what was shocking was that they didn't know this young man, so logically this could only mean that Leonel wasn't in the 7th dimension. Such a realization made their hearts skip a beat. This had to be a rare genius, but to think that this would actually happen twice. That was because right now the second-ranked individual on the list was another great anomaly second place. Yuri Brazing, 81. 87, not only were the 2 top places women, but both happened to be 2 women who hated Leonel's guts. The first wasn't his fault, as that could only be blamed on his father's crimes. But as the saying went, like father, like son, Leonel had crimes of his own, crimes that Yuri was very much aware of. When Yuri appeared on the scene to enter the Void Library, it was said that she managed to reach such a level of completion after just a single visit. But after this first visit, she turned around and left, never to return again. Others might be unaware of why this was, but the domain-ranked disciples weren't so ignorant. It was said that this Yuri wasn't human. As such, it was tacitly agreed that she wouldn't assimilate the knowledge of the Void Library fully, and it had just been a simple exercise on her part. As for what the details of this were, it was completely unknown. But what was clear was that there was actually a second individual who would cause the list to change in such a short period of time. Was it that youth who had just come up before? But that was impossible. He was just in Tier 1. Was such a thing even possible? Wait, how long had even passed since then? Even if he was 100 times more powerful, had enough time passed? As they were lost in thought, the numbers by Leonel's name only continued to shoot upward. While it was only 1/100% every few seconds to minutes, a slow speed for practically anything else for the Void Library, he might as well have been moving at light speed. The domain-ranked disciples watched in a stunned silence as Leonel crossed the 22% mark and increased toward 23% and surpassed 24%. It took hours just to complete this, and yet the gazes of the domain-ranked disciples never moved away, as though they would never tire of watching this. The concept of time, or more accurately, how experts experience time once they reached a certain stage, was astronomically different from others. During their practice, they gained patience that most couldn't fathom. To them, this was nothing. Even if it took days, they would be willing and able, and that it did. Their hearts shuddered with every step forward Lionel took. At some point, they began to look between the doors of the void library back to the leaderboard, seemingly waiting for Lionel to finally come stumbling out. Even for them, it took a great deal of effort just to last a few hours, so why did this six-dimensional junior not seem to have such limitations? From 100th place to 90th, from 90th to 80th, from 80th to 70th. Every step forward was egregiously slow, but they were steady and unmoved by the monotony. Within the void library, Lionel had no idea what was happening outside, but what he did know was that he was inching closer with every moment. As his horizons broadened, how he saw things also began to evolve. However, there was a very important key missing here. No matter how difficult it was to assimilate the information of the void library, when you were given practically infinite time, like the domain-ranked disciples, why was it that even the best had only reached 83%? Could it be that those that had reached 100% left the list? Or is there something else at play here? Unfortunately, Lionel hadn't paid much attention to the leaderboard in the first place, or else he would have long since noticed Yuri's name. As such, he wasn't in a state of mind where he even cared about such things. He was entirely focused on reaching his goals. So when he finally did it, surpassing first place and rocketing upward to completion, he didn't give it a second thought until, red-eyed, he stepped out of the void library to find several eyes locked onto him. Lionel stood in silence, the fatigue making his brain foggy. He looked around with a raised brow, but no one seemed to have an answer for him. It wasn't long, though, before he spotted the leaderboard and his brows raised. Chapter 1704. Published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:04 and 35 seconds a.m. Chapter 1704. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1704. Familiar. Lionel exhaled a breath before stretching his neck. Of course, he had no idea who Cynthia Oman was, but he most definitely recognized Yuri's name. It seemed that girl was doing just fine. That was good, since Aina would be sad if she had died in the zone. Lionel wondered if Yuri was still here or if she had returned to Earth. Of course, he also had no idea that the Brazinger name also held much more weight now than it had before as well. If he had known, he would also know that returning probably wouldn't be very safe for Yuri. Lionel yawned. He had a bit of that good feeling of euphoria one had after a workout, but he also wanted to collapse into a heap after devouring a ton of food as well. It was about time he found Aina, whose cooking would be better to enjoy now than his girlfriend's. Lionel stretched and took a step toward the stairs to return. He expected someone to stop him because that was just the kind of luck he had. But surprisingly, no one did. Everything felt quite eerily silent, and no one said a word as Lionel vanished down the steps. That said, that didn't stop their brows from being touched with a hint of solemnity. Lionel made it down to the bottom of the stairs quite quickly. His eyes were somewhat droopy, and he yawned from time to time, but ultimately his state was still far better now than it had been in the past, where he could barely move. A while later, he returned to the Spear faction, and nothing much seemed to have changed. He had half expected for a war to have broken out by now, but once again his expectations were dashed. It was once again oddly peaceful. Lionel was very used to this. In reality, it was just about an hour of peace, but it felt off as though he didn't deserve this much. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He really never got much time to rest. The last time he did was thanks to his mother twisting the rules of the Void Palace for his sake, but that almost resulted in a disaster because they were dumped right into the selection right after. Lionel sighed. Was his mother all right? He hoped so. He wondered if she knew that he was back or not. He would have gone to see her, but he simply didn't know where to go and look for her. By now, she was probably also a domain-ranked disciple, so it was even more difficult now than it had been in the past. Or, as the Princess of Earth, she had probably returned to help hold down the line. Lionel wasn't too obsessed with seeing his mother, with his personality. So long as he knew his loved ones cared for him, that was enough. He didn't feel the need to see them all the time, nor did he need their constant affirmation. If he did, he would have hated his father's guts a long time ago, but instead, he was the man he respected most. Lionel walked into the spear faction and spread out his internal sight in all directions. By this point, there were very few who could sense his internal sight if he didn't want them to, and if covertness was really what he wanted, he would just use a dialed-down version of his starry spirit domain. With a smile, Lionel headed in a certain direction. On the roof of a certain building, Aina and Ness were both having tea. It seemed that by now, the two were quite chummy, though what machinations were hidden behind those smiles was hard to see through. On the surface, they were just two beauties chatting, but deep within, it was probably more accurate to call them a pair of demonesses. When Lionel appeared, the idle chit-chat and laughter vanished into the air, and they looked toward him together, their eyes filled with a peculiar light that made him feel uneasy. Aina had vanished for a few days, and he still had no idea where she had gone. Now, though, she seemed almost too in sync with Ness, as though the pair were two peas in a pod. If he wasn't so scared, he might find it amusing. After all, Aina had gotten so close with her aunt-in-law before she did so with her mother-in-law. Lionel cleared his throat to say something as the silence got heavier, but before he could, Ness spoke first. "Did you do the task I told you to?" Lionel blinked. "I did. I already attacked the sword faction." Ness raised an eyebrow as though she didn't believe him. "Are you lying to me?" Lionel frowned. Why would he lie about something like that? But the fact Ness was asking seemed to imply something else. If you really attacked, then why are they so silent? Those arrogant swordsmen wouldn't take something like that lying down so easily. Boom. As though Ness' words were some sort of jinx, the ground suddenly quaked, the building they stood upon swaying wildly from side to side. Glass windows shattered into pieces that rained down like fine crystals, like the earth cracked and splintered, spreading out in cobweb like patterns in every direction. Lionel's head turned in a certain direction. He had felt that Ness jinxed them for a moment, but that didn't feel like the something on the scale of what the sword faction could accomplish, at least not members of the sword faction that would be at the 6th dimension, but 7th-dimensional individuals wouldn't interfere in matters like this. Lionel's pupils constricted as he looked off into the distance, but when he saw what it was, his eyes couldn't help but widen. As though they had just stepped out of some sort of warp drive, 6 planet-sized ships appeared around the Void Palace, each one with a design that was eerily familiar to Lionel. Soon after, an eerily familiar decree also fell. Under the decree of Shield Crossstar, Leonidas Morales is to be classified as a Tier 2 fugitive, found guilty for the crime of colluding with a variant invalid. The fugitive has 2 hours to hand himself in, or his charges will be increased to Tier 1. The bounty is set to 10,000 kilograms of 7th-dimensional herb. Chapter 1705. Published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:04 and 36 seconds a.m. Chapter 1705. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1705. Madman. The last time this happened, Lionel looked up into the skies with quite a helpless expression on his face. He had just battled the puppet master until he had not an ounce of strength left in his body, all to find out that friends he had made had lost their lives one after another in the face of Terrain's invasion. He had been exhausted, both physical and mentally. As a young man who had entered the dimensional verse at a mere 17 years of age, passing his 18th birthday in a Mayan tomb of all things, he hadn't gotten a chance to breathe, not a single time. It just felt relentless, as though the world itself wouldn't calm until it reaped his life away. However, when he looked up into the skies this time, after his gaze settled and he understood what was happening, he actually chuckled. He found it all to be amusing, as though they had all set the table for an excellent comedy show designed just for him. He was no longer than 18-year-old youth. His 24th birthday had passed not long ago, and the strength he held in the palm of his hands was nothing like it had been in the past. He stood taller, his shoulders were broader, his stance more solid. He knew what he wanted in life, and things that used to make him wince in pain and shiver in terror no longer even made him blink. There was a point in his life where the greatest pain to him was simply opening up the first doors of his metal synergy lineage factor. But just a few weeks ago, he had suffered a fate of being eaten alive and actually managed to maintain his sanity. There was a point where he was ignorant of the ways of the dimensional verse, shocked and awed by the littlest of things. But now he held maybe more knowledge in his mind than even the Void Elders themselves. There was a point in his life where Shield Cross Stars was able to brand him as though he were a slave or cattle for them to mark. A point in his life where he could do nothing but sit in silent frustration, unable to do a single thing in response. But now he laughed. He laughed so hard that tears almost fell from his eyes, so hard that stomach cramped and his face went red. In a world that had fallen into silence after a booming command spread across the vastness of space, Lionel was seemingly the only one making any noise at all. Ness shifted her gaze away from the 6 planetary warships and looked toward the laughing figure of Lionel. She was speechless for a moment before she shook her head. Madmen, the whole lot of them, she muttered. At that moment, she seemed to forget that she too was a Morales. Not just one that had married into the family, but one who had been born a Morales and married a Morales. But even so, it was a common sentiment among the women of the family, an innocent sort of hypocrisy and a casual forgetfulness that while the men of the Morales family might all be mad, they also happened to be very obedient at home. Lionel wiped his tears and turned a gaze toward Aina. It seems that we have to leave a bit earlier than expected. The question is, do you want to do so quietly or wreak some havoc? A grin spread across Lionel's face. The last time Shield Cross Stars had chased him down, he used a javelin to destroy their warships. Of course, that was a mere branch of Shield Cross Stars, as they had one in every galaxy across the human domain. Compared to that branch, the officers that had come this time were on a completely different level. If they weren't, how would they dare to come to the Void Palace with such a bold display? Surrounding Void Palace with warships? Were you trying to slap the faces of the protectors of mankind? However, if there was any organization that could do so, it was Shield Cross Stars. The Void Palace was the protectors of humanity against the other races. Shield Cross Stars was the protector of humanity against themselves. They were two sides of the same coin, connected in many ways and disconnected in many more. Becoming a Tier 3 fugitive in the eyes of Shield Cross Stars was enough to guarantee a life without peace. This level was a point where it ceased to be a matter of branches and reached a level where the whole of Shield Cross Stars would be focused on your capture. Yet, Lionel wasn't just Tier 3, he was actually classified as Tier 2 with a clear route to Tier 1. There was no doubting the seriousness of this matter. Hearing Lionel's question, it was Aina's turn to be speechless. Wasn't leaving silently the obvious answer? This boyfriend of hers was getting more and more fond of causing trouble. But she couldn't help but feel a hint of excitement seeing the look in her eyes, the result of contradictory feelings pulling her in separate directions. On one hand, she wanted Lionel to be safe and stop taking risks. But on the other hand, she couldn't help but be supremely attracted to the Lionel she was seeing now. At that moment, before Aina could answer, a familiar figure appeared in the skies, a deep frown on his face. This man was none other than Cornelius, who had been assigned to follow and monitor Lionel. Right now, his usually helpless expression was taken over by a hardly concealed fury. Shield Cross Stars, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean by surrounding my Void Palace? Have you forgotten all sense of propriety? Don't overstep your bounds. Cornelius didn't seem to be trying to speak very loudly, but his volume was no less oppressive and mighty than the voice of Shield Cross Stars, who had spoken previously. Chapter 1706. Published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:06 and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 1706 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 17. Oh, 6 mistaken Cornelius' words echoed with a boom, stifling the echo of the previous man who had spoken. The fury in his tone was subtle, but still clear, the rumbling of his voice causing the 6 warships to quake. In response, the warship facing Cornelius had some movement, and a figure slowly made their way out. He wore the iconic uniform of shield cross stars, split robes, and metallic leg sleeves. It made him look like an off-duty knight of the Templar, the metal shimmering with a resplendent glow that seemed to warp the air with its heft. Cornelius' eyes narrowed when he saw this individual. He had already expected that whoever shield cross stars would send for such a mission would not be normal, but seeing it for himself helped it truly sink in. Much like their fugitive tiers, shield cross stars also had officer tiers. Anyone above tier 4 was already in the 7th dimension, but this individual was already in tier 2. Of course, on the surface and without further investigation, it made sense that anyone that came after a tier 2 fugitive would likewise be a tier 2 officer. But when it was considered that Lionel was a junior who had only just stepped in a 6th dimension, this was absolutely ridiculous, especially since this was no normal tier 2 officer. Within tiers of officer, there were what Shield Cross Stars upper management called promotion paths. These promotion paths were further divided into shield ranks and star ranks, which were then even further divided into 3 levels each. Essentially, shield ranks were the foot soldiers, they were the bulk of the force, and they were the units that did everything from manning the ships to doing maintenance on them. Star ranks were the commanding officers. These were individuals who gave and related orders, as well as those who had the strongest combat prowess of the organization. The so-called promotion path was decided by one's potential and talent. There were vast differences between those of the same dimension and even of the same tier. As such, every member of Shield Cross Stars was evaluated strictly and then slotted into their appropriate roles. The Tier 2 Shield rank officers tended to be individuals of the very pinnacle of the 6th dimension. The Tier 2 star rank officers, however, were all in the 7th dimension without the slightest doubt. In fact, so were Tier 3 star rank officers. Only Tier 1 Shield rank officers could finally be of the 7th dimension, so one could imagine the kind of monsters made up Tier 1 star rank officers. Knowing this, the fact a Tier 2 star rank officer had appeared here for the sake of capturing and bringing Lionel to justice. While to say it was overkill was an understatement. In fact, it smelt of bullshit. Level 3 Tier 2 star rank officer DiVincenzo. He stated his name and rank immediately. I've come for the fugitive. I hope that you will not make things difficult for me. Cornelius' expression darkened. I've asked once, and I will ask once more. Do not make me repeat myself for a 3rd time. What is the meaning of this? It almost felt that Shield Cross Stars was using this as an opportunity to knock the Void Palace down a peg, and Lionel was just a convenient excuse. But it was clear that there was something deeper than this. If Lionel was truly some sort of fugitive, there were a million other ways to deal with this situation. Announcing it to the world and coming forward so boldly was among the very stupidest. No, it might be the stupidest. Doing things like this ensured that there would be witnesses, and with witnesses, that man would catch wind of this. Cornelius understood Velasco well. If Lionel died in the hands of another 6th-dimensional existence, or, for example, died in a trial that many of his other cohorts had survived like the Rapax nest, he wouldn't care. However, if he died in the hands of some old monster, or in the midst of a power struggle designed purely to spit in the face of Velasco's legend, then there would be hell to pay. The Void Palace was still reeling from the last time Velasco attacked them in a fury. Compared to the Void Palace, Shield Cross Stars was even more vulnerable because their power was separated across so many locations and branches. Did they have a death wish? None of this even considered the stance of the Morales family as a whole on the topic. As I've said, we have only come for the fugitive. There is no other meaning. You've come for a Tier 1 6th-dimensional junior with 6 Tier 2 officer fleets? Cornelius sneered. Do you take me for a child? It is inadvisable to underestimate youth. We have intelligence that he could be a danger to his surroundings. With the future of the human domain being held here, taking risks would be unacceptable, so we came out with the full measure of strength possible to be allocated to a Tier 2 fugitive. Please understand, it should be known that the background of this youth is quite impressive, and he has quite a number of treasures on him. We cannot take the chance of allowing him to escape and wreak more havoc in the future. DiVincenzo waved a hand, and a ripple spread across the 6 warships. Boom! Violent beams of lights connected the warships one after another, and under the astonished gazes of the spectators, the entire Void Palace was suddenly locked down in space, disallowing any covert methods of escape. Cornelius was very close to losing control of his temper entirely. Do you think that you can just take a disciple of the Void Palace because you say so? Where's your proof? Where's your evidence? Is this how Shield Cross Stars works? DiVincenzo shook his head. I'm afraid you are mistaken, esteemed sir. Lionel Morales is no longer a member of Void Palace. He did not use the God Path to enter the 6th dimension. Chapter 1707, published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:06 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 1707. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1707. Did I do good? Cornelius froze. His head almost subtly turned in one direction, but he caught himself before he did so. He knew exactly where Lionel was because he had been following him, but that didn't mean that Shield Cross Stars did. As shocking as their strength was, no one beneath the 8th dimension could just casually cover several planetary widths of space to find a single person. If they could, they wouldn't have to lock down the space. He wanted to refute what DiVincenzo said, but the latter seemed so certain, and he had no idea. When Lionel fought, whether it was against Conan or the Sword faction, he hadn't released his god runes even once. Unless Cornelius personally scanned Lionel with his internal sight, something he wouldn't do for the latter's privacy, it was impossible to tell. Plus, what he didn't know was that even if he was willing to do such a thing, whether or not he could actually get past Lionel's mental defenses was a different matter entirely. He had originally thought that Lionel was just so powerful that he didn't need to use his god runes. But then he suddenly remembered that in his battle up the Void Tower, Lionel hadn't used his god runes either, even up until the point of his death. A part of Cornelius wanted to believe that this was because Lionel expected something like this to happen, and as such, held back a good portion of his strength. But was that possible? Even though he was completely caught off guard by all of this, was Lionel's foresight really so much better than his own? According to the rules of the Void Palace, anyone who failed to enter the 6th dimension with the God Path would be expelled, effective immediately. If what this Tier 2 officer was saying was true, then Lionel truly didn't have the protective badge of the Void Palace any longer. There's no need to doubt this matter, esteemed sir. The timeline is clear for you to check yourself. According to our information, Lionel Morales suffered the descent of the Cataclysm at Tier 9 of the 5th dimension. When he returned, he was in Tier 1, but he had never checked the technique stores of the Void Palace, so it's clear he took the easiest method. That proves nothing. You know his background as well as I do. True enough, he could have gained a method from the Morales family. Unfortunately, this isn't the case. The Void Tower formed a perfect replica of him when he entered, and it didn't sense the aura of the God Path. Shield Cross Stars wouldn't act without proper assurances. Cornelius stopped talking, his expression turning placid. It was clear and obvious what this person was doing. He could have stated this as his first reason and left the matter at that, but he didn't, instead allowing Cornelius to speak more before shutting him down. Not only was this a humiliation, but it seemed to speak on the incompetence of the Void Palace. Lionel had entered the Void Tower days ago, and yet they were still unaware until now. Regardless, hopefully by now Lionel had used this opportunity to make some headway in running. This matter was still fishy to him, and he simply didn't believe that that man's son would do such a thing. Before that happened, Velasco himself would probably kill Lionel first. However, what happened next left Cornelius not knowing how to react at all. "Hello. I'm the fugitive you're looking for." Lionel's voice didn't seem to have much effort behind it either, and yet his projection didn't lose out to the two seventh-dimensional monsters in the skies at all. And how could it? With his current comprehension of resonance, this was all too easy for him. He sat on a building's roof, his feet dangling, a smile hanging from his lips. DiVincenzo's gaze sharpened as he looked toward Lionel, but despite the gaze of a seventh-dimensional expert being capable of shooting across such a large distance, Lionel didn't feel much pressure at all. This Tier 2 officer would have to be hundreds of times closer before Lionel would feel anything. In fact, considering how far apart they were, unless this person had the Baudomain lineage factor in his eyes, Lionel was probably as small as a speck of dust right now, if he could see Lionel clearly at all. That said, Lionel could see his face almost too clearly, and it was likely that DiVincenzo was well aware of this feeling, or else his face wouldn't have been so stiff for a moment. Since you are willing to hand yourself in, then this matter will be easily resolved. Hand myself in? Why would I do something like that? Lionel chuckled. DiVincenzo's gaze narrowed. For some reason, he felt more pressure talking to this boy than he did Cornelius. But this wasn't because their strengths were equal. Far from it. It was because EOF something more ethereal potential. This isn't a matter you can decide, Cornelius replied calmly. Oh, is that so? Lionel blinked innocently. With a flip of his palm, a familiar silver disc dictionary appeared. Old man, your son's being bullied. Don't you think that you should do something about this? DiVincenzo suddenly froze, his body subconsciously trembling as he moved, prepared to retreat. Lionel, who had on a very wronged expression just a moment ago, suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. Seeing DiVincenzo react as though he had just eaten a pile of shit had him rolling. Sorry. I'm just messing around. My old man has better things to do than be here. But it's funny, you're so scared yet you still dare to do this. DiVincenzo's expression darkened for the first time, the hints of red being overwhelmed by a malevolent blackness. Who? Just when DiVincenzo was about to attack in a state of half-fury, he froze again. This time, it was Lionel's turn to be stunned. At that moment, a hologram of his father appeared. Clearly, he hadn't expected this to actually happen. Ah, you actually remembered I exist? Lionel asked speechlessly. Velasco cleaned out his ear with a pinky. Be more respectful, brat. Your mama's on my ass. If not for this, do you think I'd bother with yo? Excuse me? Do I have to tell you how to take care of your own son? At that moment, a familiar voice called out from a seemingly nearby distance, at least relative to wherever his father was. Lionel smiled beside himself, but then he froze. Wait, so this thing really can connect a call. Those weren't prank voicemails at all, were they? Velasco, who had just been caught, had nowhere to vent his hatred but toward an easy target. All those above the sixth dimension, scram. If you can still take the losses of losing at the hands of my seed, then you can continue to attack once that's fulfilled. After saying these words, Velasco seemed to ignore everything else as his hologram turned toward a certain direction. Wife, I did good right. His voice cut out before the rest was said, which was probably good for the sake of Lionel's mental health. In the skies, though, the calm DiVincenzo seemed to have crimson serpents crawling beneath the skin of his forehead. Chapter 1708. Published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:06 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 1708. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1708. Boulder Lionel chuckled. But just when he was about to put the dictionary away, it flashed again and a familiar woman appeared. She had a warm smile on her face, and her eyes lit up as though Lionel was her whole world. Velasco might shrug it off, but she had been worried about Lionel's life and death for over a decade already. It was only now that she knew that he was safe and sound that she could finally exhale a breath. She reached out a hand, but could only sigh when she remembered that the face before her was just a projection. Life was truly unfair. She never got the chance to watch her son grow. Although not a day passed where she didn't check in on him. Doing so from so many galaxies away was simply not the same. Mom will come see you when she gets a chance. Okay, little lion? Lionel smiled lightly and nodded. Eleanor wiped away tears that threatened to form and nodded herself. Then she looked toward the battleships in the distance, her beautiful gaze flickering with fury. From now on, Shield Cross-Stars will not be allowed to step a single foot into Earth's territory. You have one day to scram. If I see even a single branch remaining, I will kill without mercy. The words were like a boulder falling into a calm lake. The fury behind them was one thing, but the implications behind the words themselves were completely different. DiVincenzo's expression couldn't help but change wildly for the second time that day. He was truly speechless, not knowing what to say. By the time he gathered himself, his expression could only be described as ugly. He had already known that this mission would be difficult, which was why he was so forceful to begin with. He had no choice but to use such a stance, hoping to force what was brittle to break. But he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. What right do you have to say such a thing? Is the Morales family truly trying to monopolize Earth? This was the only thing that DiVincenzo could say and the only rebuttal he had. But what he heard next left him truly without words. What right? Eleanor sneered. There's no one in existence with more rights than I have. And if there was, it would only be because I handed the decision down to my little lion. I am Eleanor Morales, and the world spirit of Earth has chosen me. I won't repeat myself again. The time is already ticking. You have 23 hours and 58 minutes left. DiVincenzo froze. Let alone him, several others did as well. Very simply put, this was not widely known information. In fact, let alone not widely known, even those who should have been in the know were completely ignorant of the fact. To the people of the Void Palace, and even the Void Elders, Eleanor was the offspring of a Luxnix family. But this made sense. How could anyone expect for Earth to have already produced a seventh-dimensional expert? According to the time, Earth had undergone its metamorphosis just barely 30 or so years ago, but Eleanor had been in the dimensional verse for far longer than that. And for her to be so, that meant that her father or her mother, one of which was definitely from Earth, had to have entered the dimensional verse long before even that. But how was that possible? How could a third-dimensional world possibly enter the dimensional verse under their own prowess? No, worse yet, how could they do so under the constant monitoring of the powers of the human domain? Eleanor turned away from the fleet and smiled toward Lionel again. In an instant, she had gone from an enraged lioness to a doting mother. Mother will see you soon. Be safe. Eleanor waved maybe a bit too hard before the image flickered and vanished, leaving the disc resting in silence on Lionel's palm. Lionel remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. This matter seemed to be becoming more and more complicated. He didn't know that this was a secret, honestly. He had always acted under the assumption that it wasn't. But the implication that it was a secret was quite heavy, and this felt like a gloves-off sort of moment that he happened to be in the center of. The silence of the atmosphere seemed to realize this as well. And clearly even Shield Cross-Stars, with their wealth of information networks, was completely ignorant to this matter until Eleanor laid it all out on the table so clearly. Lionel stood up, stretching his back out and yawning. He looked to his side, finding that Aina was still there, but he wasn't very surprised by this. Of course she was. If he tried to send her away, she might send him away with a kick first. Craning his neck a bit, he saw his aunt. She seemed to want to fight too, but he shook his head. If she fought, wouldn't those seventh-dimensional existences have an excuse to attack? Well, it wasn't that Lionel trusted them not to attack anyway. His old man was way too casual about all of this. But if they did, he would probably just have to find a method of dealing with it. Right then, an inconspicuous member of the crowd caught Lionel's. He could be described as the stereotypical tall, dark, and handsome archetype that females swooned for. He had high cheekbones, a chiseled jaw, and eyes and hair as black as night. Lionel had never personally seen this man before, but he could recognize the emblem on the latter's chest. That was the same emblem of the Winding Shadow Legacy faction, run by none other than Ronin Sith, and the very same faction that Lionel had gotten information about Triana from. Meeting this man's gaze, Lionel's own narrowed. Everyone else just seemed here ready to spectate. But why did it seem like this young man in particular came ready for battle? Chapter 1709. Published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:06 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 1709. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1709. Alright. Lionel's expression went from serious to a light smile. Not only was this Ronin character prepared, he was also very close to Lionel's real location. He was barely half a kilometer away. At that distance, even if he didn't have the Bao domain lineage factor, it would have been too easy to spot him. Even if he was beaten to death, Lionel wouldn't believe that this was a coincidence. There were only two possibilities, and only one of them truly made sense, considering this man's last name was Sith. The current Lionel was well aware that the Sith represented the assassination units of Shield Cross stars. This was no coincidence. Even if Lionel hadn't exposed his location, it was likely that Ronin had been monitoring him all the while. The moment he tried to hide, the latter would have taken action. Ronin was already in the 7th dimension, a worthy power level for a man who ruled over one of the most important factions of the Void Palace. However, Lionel still looked at him as though he was staring at prey. In the skies above, DiVincenzo slowly regained his composure. Although things had already gotten out of hand, there was already no turning back. They had come here with the intent to sacrifice for the sake of maintaining order. Shield Cross stars wouldn't bow in the face of power and prestige, or else how would they continue to be the protectors of the human domain? I will give you one more chance to hand yourself in. If you do not comply, not only will you become a Tier 1 fugitive, but your sentencing will be far harsher. Lionel suddenly yawned beside himself. He was truly a bit tired. It took quite a lot out of him to fully assimilate the Void Tower, and he hadn't had time to rest then. However, it could be said that his timing was quite horrible. He was maybe one of the only few men in existence who still had time to be tired in the face of such a fleet of planetary warships. After a moment, Lionel looked away from Ronin, and his gaze pierced the veil and landed on Cornelius. Hey, old man, there's still a chance here. If the Void Palace does what it's supposed to do and protects its disciples from nonsense, I won't mind being a bit more obedient. But if you don't, well, beneath the 7th dimension, I doubt there's anyone here who can survive my blade, and I most certainly won't be showing any mercy. So what will it be? Cornelius' expression twitched. This brat, couldn't he lay down his pride for a second and say it nicely? Does he know that these old fogies care about their faces the most? Almost as soon as he finished this thought, Cornelius felt 3 auras appear in the skies. Had Lionel been there when Rosen reported his matters to the Void Elders, he would have recognized them as Void Elder Vimark, Void Elder Galien, and Void Elder Lisbeth. Galien, the female drill sergeant look-alike among them, peered down from the skies with hints of fury in her gaze. However, when Lionel's eyes panned over, he didn't seem to notice her anger at all, as though he was still waiting for an answer and expected it out of one of these 3, since Cornelius couldn't speak. This was truly the last chance that Lionel was giving. No matter how powerful Shield Cross stars was, could they compare to the geniuses of the Void Palace? Only their star-rank path officers would. But even if there were others in hiding, while only DiVincenzo stepped out, they would be in the 6th dimension and only equivalent to Void Palace geniuses. If that was the case, what did Lionel have to fear from them? Exactly? They have to bring out the heavy machinery to deal with them. But by that point, they would also risk killing the disciple of the Void Palace. This was all to say that if there was anyone with a chance of threatening him, it would come from the disciples of the Void Palace themselves. And if they came for him in an attempt to help Shield Cross stars bring him in, well, like he had said, his blade wouldn't show mercy. This could be considered the only chance at mercy he would give. Void Elder Lisbeth wanted to speak, but before she could only smile bitterly as Galien finally snapped. The latter had been waiting for Lionel to speak first, but who would have thought that Lionel wouldn't be in a hurry at all? You were just like your father, unruly, completely ignorant of propriety and the greater good. Why should the Void Palace protect a disciple like you? one that is so selfish and conceited. I do not know whether Shield Crossstar speaks the truth or not, but what I do know is that an organization that has given their all to protecting the peace of the human domain would not speak without reason, and I have also seen your character firsthand. What about you deserves the benefit of my doubt? Lionel suddenly yawned again, this one lasting so long that his eyes watered. Reaching a hand upward, he wiped his eyes and blinked, trying to stave off his fatigue. As real and unabashed as his actions were, they only made Galien more infuriated. Each maybe of this family was worse than the last. The father had been unruly and even attacked and killed. The uncle entered and exited as he pleased, although he had long since been expelled and banished. And now the son and nephew was doing as he pleased as well. But the difference between them was that the father and uncle had the capital to be so arrogant. What did this pup have exactly? "All right," Lionel said, lightly stretching. At that moment, his body began to slowly emit a white gold light that only became more blinding with every passing second. "I hope you don't regret it." Instant recovery. Chapter 1710. Published at 16th of March, 2023, 6:06 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 1710. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1710. No explanation. Galien was so infuriated by Lionel's words that she laughed. To everyone else, the Void Elders were a mighty and worshipped existence. They had never seen one disrespected or seen anyone dare to disrespect them. It left them in a silence. But even as Galien's laughter echoed, Lionel and Aina suddenly moved at once, crossing a 500-meter distance in just a few breaths and appearing before the winding Shadow Legacy faction. Ronan's gaze flickered, clearly not having expected this. It wasn't like Lionel and Aina were moving faster than he could react to. After all, he was in the 7th dimension. He felt like it would only take the matter of a wave of the hand to deal with this. But just when he wanted to, he hesitated. The legend of Velasco was deeply ingrained, and he knew if that man was truly infuriated, his Sith family wouldn't be able to protect him at all. But what was this Lionel doing coming toward him like this? Suddenly, both Lionel and Aina gripped at the air, manifesting their weapons from their own respective spatial devices. In that instant, a bloodthirsty aura descended from the skies, murderous intentions lighting their eyes. Ronan froze. He was, indeed, the reason much of this had happened. He had been paying keen attention to Lionel for a long time, ever since he had come to his faction. In doing so, he found out that Lionel actually had a charge that had never been followed through on. The details of that case were vague and odd. Nothing about it seemed to add up. It only said that Lionel was in cahoots with a variant invalid who had set its roots on a weak 4th-dimensional world called Terrain. There wasn't much information about this, but what was interesting was that it was said that this so-called puppet master had led an attack on Earth more than 25 years ago. This was especially interesting to Shield Crossstars because they had a vested interest in keeping Earth safe and free of outside influences for as long as possible. So, the idea that Lionel was connected to a variant invalid who seemed to have tried to carve out a piece of Earth was especially important. It was enough to feel like a smoking gun. Shield Crossstars had been very strict with protecting the rise of Earth because of its importance to the human domain. Since the Void Palace's blades were pointed outward and their shields pointed inward, it was their duty. So when evidence that an heir of the Morales family had potentially tried to step over this taboo, it was a huge deal, and Ronan immediately brought this matter to his Sith family, which then pushed it on upward to the wider big brass of Shield Crossstars. This was all to say that from the perspective of Shield Crossstars, this wasn't just about Lionel, it was also about the Morales stepping over a line that they shouldn't have. As such, just to ensure that they had jurisdiction to act, they raised his fugitive tier to 2. But now that it was exposed that Lionel's mother was actually the world spirit holder of Earth, this conspiracy seemed to have gained several layers. Although this put into question Lionel's guilt, what it essentially confirmed was that the Morales really had ignored this taboo and done as they pleased. It could be said from a certain perspective that under everyone's noses, Earth had become the territory of the Morales. And this was a huge deal. Enormous. It essentially spit in the face of shield cross stars and then grinded it in with the sole of a shoe. Now, even though Lionel was likely to be innocent and there was a deeper matter to this story, they still had to capture him for the sake of demanding an answer from the Morales. While there were other Morales members here, Shield Cross Stars was weighed down by bureaucracy. Since they only had a case against Lionel, only he could be used. As such, they were riding a tiger they simply couldn't step down from. Ronan's body shuddered. He realized that Lionel and Aina's targets wasn't even himself, but rather his fellow Sith family members behind him. Stop! Just as Ronan was about to act, a suffocating aura descended upon him. In the distance, a beauty who looked as though her body was covered from head to toe in oil stood on a building. But just her gaze alone was enough to make Ronan feel as though his body had been plunged into a vat of ice. Ronan's eyes turned red, but he couldn't do anything. That moment seemed to slow toward infinity. Lionel met his gaze, the cold indifference within them causing Ronan to shudder for a completely different reason. For a second, he truly regretted making an enemy out of this boy. Lionel didn't call him out. He didn't speak words of rage or demand an explanation. The moment he deduced the impetus of everything happening here, he attacked without mercy. He was the same caliber of madman as his father. He didn't care to explain himself. He didn't care to listen to an explanation. He had been crossed, and that was all he needed to know. Lionel's spear and Aina's axe swung out together, the momentum of their strikes causing the eyes of the Winding Shadow faction members to widen. They hurried to defend themselves, but many were caught off guard, believing that their leader would have easily been able to stop these two. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Blood sprayed beneath the shocked gaze of the spectators. It had only been 2 seconds since Lionel told the Void Elder that he hoped she didn't regret it. To many in the distance, his words hadn't even fully sunken yet, but blood had already been shed. Gallienne's eyes widened. Boy! The fury behind her booming voice caused the Void Palace to quake. Chapter 1711, published at 18th of March, 2023, 7:10 and 30 seconds a.m. Chapter 1711, if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1711 decision. Lionel slammed the butt of his spear in the ground, causing the earth to crack splinter as wild waves of earth force spread out in all directions. After slaughtering dozens with just a single swing of his blade, he didn't seem to be in a rush to run. In fact, he stood calmly, just a few meters away from Ronan, as though he had just killed over 50% of his faction in just a single movement. Aina came to a stop by his side, and it was only now that others seemed to realize that without having even been implicated in this matter herself, she had ensured that she would be with a single action. It was clear that between the Void Palace and Lionel, she had chosen the latter without a second thought. The elders in the sky were absolutely furious, but Lionel only raised his head into the skies, a familiar light smile on his face. He looked unbothered and unhurried. There was only one way out of this place, and that was to cross outside the boundaries of space the 6 planetary warships had put up. Lionel had several ideas on how he might do this, but none of them could be implemented casually, and they most definitely couldn't be rushed. In such a situation, Lionel didn't need to be in a hurry to do anything immediately, so his first thought was to establish dominance. No matter how strong he was, he didn't feel like dealing with an avalanche of disciples coming at him from all directions. So he wanted to prove a few things. Firstly, that he had the balls to kill, and secondly, that he had the power to do so. Too few knew the name Lionel Morales, so they would just have to find out today. In the skies, Cornelius closed his eyes and sighed. The moment Lionel took action, there was truly no taking a step back. Unfortunately for him, as far as Lionel was concerned, the moment Void Elder Gallienne had spoken those words, putting her own pride at the forefront instead of the greater good, it was already too late to take a step back. Gallienne's roar of fury still echoed overhead as Lionel met her gaze. He seemed to be goading her to attack. He wanted to see exactly what the weight of his father's words were. He wasn't exactly being careless with his life. With how things were now, Galien and the others were much too far away to attack him. Lionel could see them as though they were right before his face, but even seventh-dimensional experts couldn't attack across thousands of kilometers in an environment that was completely free of anarchic force, let alone here where the densest concentration of it existed. By Lionel's calculations, it would take several minutes before Galien could close the distance and enter range to attack him. While others thought that Lionel was in mortal danger already, in truth, the greatest danger to him now was Ronan, who was already being bound by his aunt. As such, in a situation like this one, poking and testing the limits of the Void Elders and the other seventh-dimensional experts was exactly what he needed. Whether they dared to attack or not would decide how he moved forward. In her rage, Galien took a step forward, already prepared to blaze a trail toward Lionel and teach this bow a lesson. But at that moment, the old man beside her grabbed her shoulder. Galien's head snapped toward Vimmark in a rage, but the latter still just shook his head. "There are only two choices," he said in a voice that could only be heard by them. "It's either you forget this matter and let it go, leaving it to Shield Cross Stars to handle, or you have the disciples attack. There is no in between. We cannot afford to give that madman a reason to rampage again." "You!" Galien was so infuriated that her face turned into a ripe tomato. Her wrinkles shook as though suffering the effects of an earthquake, and her seemingly frail limbs caused space itself to tremble. There are other ways to deal with him. No matter how talented he is still just in Tier 1. If you really cannot handle it, just set it as a goal for the factions and reward them. They've been fighting wars longer than he's even been alive. Of course, do make sure that the other Morales heirs know that if they interfere, they too will be kicked out of the Void Palace. Or we can simply allow Shield Cross Stars to act as they please. Vimmark was well aware of Galien's fiery personality. If he simply told her what to do, it would never work. She was fiercely loyal to the Void Palace and had no patience for those who shirked responsibility, especially after she had already sacrificed the whole of her life to this cause. But if he gave her a choice like this, then things would work out much better. Galien seemed to struggle for a moment before she took a breath and released it. When Vimmark saw this, he already knew what the decision would be. If it was anything else, then Galien wouldn't be Galien. "Disciples of Void Palace." Her voice boomed. The words echoed and many clenched their fists. No one spoke, from the lowest nominal disciple to the highest domain disciple. This was the respect that Void Elders were afforded, the respect earned through a lifetime of sacrifice, the respect given for a group of individuals who live for the greater good first and their own desires second. Lionel's eyes narrowed. He could feel the prestige bearing down on him, weighing upon his shoulders and seemingly wanting to press him into the ground. Despite the distance between them, it was almost suffocating, more oppressive than any aura he had ever felt before. "Hear me well. None of you are to interfere. The Void Palace no longer has two such disciples, and this matter will be handled by Shield Cross Stars. Those who disobey will likewise be expelled." Chapter 1712. Published at 18th of March, 2023, 7:10 and 30 seconds a.m. Chapter 1712. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1712. When Lionel's gaze flickered with surprise before he actually smiled and chuckled. Without much fanfare, he looked toward Aina. "Let's go." Lionel tapped a foot and he and Aina shot forward, their speed blazing a trail through Void Palace. In the skies, a far distance away, DiVincenzo's expression warped. He too hadn't expected the Void Palace to choose to take such a stance. Initially, he had been planning on forcing their hand, but his gaze flickered, landing on the running Lionel. "It's him. He did it on purpose." Lionel seemed to have been playing the role of wastrel from the very beginning, and he had subtly pushed the Void Elders of the Void Palace into a corner where there was only so much that they could do. The moment he chose to slaughter those disciples without mercy, everything had already been set in stone. It was either they attack all out or retreat. There was no in between. However, should they choose to attack. The consequences would be unimaginable. By making his stance so clear and showing his lack of hesitation, not to mention his personal strength, Lionel had forced Galien to have no choice but to make this decision. At that moment, DiVincenzo's jaw steeled, suddenly feeling that he wasn't facing a child at all. But before he could even decide how to handle this situation, he sensed several gazes land on him, making him feel as though his heart would stop beating any moment now. You may not attack freely. Do not put our disciples in danger, or you'll have to deal with me first. Cornelius spoke calmly and evenly, his words clearly speaking for the elders as well. Since they had made such a decision, they wouldn't allow outside influences to harm the children. If they wanted to deal with Lionel, they would have to wait until he was out of range of the possibility of harming any other disciple. DiVincenzo's gaze slowly moved from Cornelius to the others before he realized that there was truly no changing their minds. When he looked back down to meet Lionel's gaze again, he saw that very same slick smile that caused an eruption of fury to dance within his veins. But there was already nothing more that he could do. Squadrons, deploy. DiVincenzo's voice moved. Target is moving toward the northern gate of the Void Palace. Cut off all paths of retreat. At that moment, the silent planetary vessels finally showed some signs of life. Numerous hatchets and lights opening as a flood of powerful individuals surged out. Despite the fact they looked like a swarm of locusts, they moved seamlessly, not a single person getting in the way of another. Lionel's pupils constricted as he calmly observed this matter. If there was anything that would endanger him at this point, it would be if the Shield Cross stars had similar methods of borrowing power from one another, methods that he had personally seen in the zone previously. Judging by how these groups were moving in trios, and trios were moving in larger sets of 30, Lionel could see through this in an instant. While others saw a swarm, he saw the inner workings of a force art. Faster. Lionel was enveloped by a blinding sheen of white gold, 3 tails appearing to his back. At the same time, an equally blinding crimson light erupted from Aina, filling the air with the smell of bloody roses. The two shot into the forest, their speed putting even some 7th-dimensional experts to shame. The moment they hit this gear, DiVincenzo, who was monitoring their position from the skies all this time, felt his heart lurch into his throat. In what felt like the blink of an eye, they covered hundreds of kilometers, leaving the sights of the disciples and entering the dense forest of the Void Palace. Aina smiled. I bet I can kill more than you. Lionel started and nearly lost his footing on a branch he leapt off from. He was still focusing on his strategy and didn't expect to suddenly hear this. He turned toward her after a moment and grinned. As if, instead of replying directly, Aina smiled sweetly. Try to keep up. At that moment, Aina became a blur. In just that split second, even Lionel's eyes couldn't keep up fragment of bow domain lineage factor or not. She became like a wisp of blood, her body moving so fast that it tore through the veil of space and appeared over 100 kilometers ahead of Lionel in an instant. Lionel was rendered speechless again. Was that the Blood Sovereign tablet at work? What the hell did that kind of speed have to do with blood force? Lionel shook his head and recovered. Clearly, he couldn't let this little vixen have her way. His starry light domain bloomed, rising up and shooting past 10 kilometers. In an instant, he blinked forward over 10 times, covering the same distance Aina had. At that point, let alone putting some 7th-dimensional experts to shame, there were probably very few Tier 1 7th-dimensional experts that could match them in this regard. Lionel's body flickered in a streak of light, appearing 10 kilometers in the sky. He felt his wind rushing across his skin, his hair dancing like a river of white to his back as a distinctly bestial grin spread across his face. He raised his spear, but it suddenly vanished into the form of a bow. The white lion bow seemed to unleash a roar as Lionel knocked an arrow. Just as he was about to release, a scythe of bloody red tore through the air, tearing through the front line of descending warriors. Lionel's grin turned into a lip twitch as he watched his original target be severed into 2. Before anyone could react, a tide of blood rose into the air, the corpses of several valiant warriors turning into rotating lotuses that shredded trees, stone, and flesh apart alike. Shit! Lionel put his bow away, flashing forward and appearing on the ground before flashing forward again. He had to hurry up or she really would win. Chapter 1713, published at 18th of March, 2023, 7:10 and 30 seconds a.m. Chapter 1713, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1713, full deployment. DiVincenzo's eyes widened. He had been so focused on Lionel and his danger that he hadn't paid much attention to this girl. Quite frankly, he wasn't even entirely sure of who she was. But the instant she burst forward with that speed, he was forced to pay attention even if he didn't want to. And the moment she started killing, let alone him, everyone's eyes were on her. Aina walked through the forest, her axe swinging in wide arcs from side to side. But the most shocking part was that he was easily dozens of kilometers from her nearest target. Somehow, she had some sort of symbiotic, quantum relationship with the blood force in the distance. The instant she swung, axe force that should have been on her blade appeared kilometers ahead, fusing with the blood force and shredding everything in its path to pieces. At the same time, blood roses formed in the air one after another, growing larger and larger with every dead target it assimilated. Let alone DiVincenzo, even Lionel was shocked. Even he couldn't attack across such a long distance. Despite the fact he was well ahead of Aina now, he had still been forward to bring out his bow, only to realize that she still managed to somehow attack first. Obviously, the warriors of Shield Cross Stars were taken aback as well. They had been bracing themselves, prepared to deploy their battle tactics, only to realize that the threat they thought was still making their way over here was actually already here. A coercive pressure weighed down on the surroundings, the extremely heavy weight of a powerful might spreading out in all directions. Lionel recognized almost instantly that this mind was Aina's. Her coercive pressure had actually progressed to this point. So that's how. She must have her own version of a dream world or starry spirit domain. But instead, this one controls blood force. Lionel's foot pressed into the ground hard, causing cracks to spread out in all directions as he shot forward like a cannon. This was excellent. He thought he would have to worry about Aina being on the front lines, which was also why he planned to use his bow to support her. But if things were like this, then he could truly go all out. As he blazed a trail forward, he could feel the heaviness of space around him. Using his emulation spatial force had become easily 3 to 5 times more difficult, and teleporting was an impossibility with the lock in space. But none of that would matter once they left this encirclement. Activate. Activate it now. There's no time, pairs of 3s. The words were incoherent, not making much sense to those not of Shield Cross Stars. But it was still enough for Lionel's eyes to narrow. Now, huh? Lionel burst out of a clearing, finding the surroundings to be quite familiar. This could be one of the villages, Village Euro 218 to be exact. However, these villages were only used during disciple recruitment, so they were completely empty now and provided quite a large bit of flat land for battle. Lionel leapt up, clearing the 10-meter wall that had taken him some effort a year ago in a single bound. When he stepped over the other side, he found blood and carnage, a large number of bloody roses hanging in the skies. Behind these roses, the warriors of Shield Cross Stars took up their formations, radiant lights forming around them. For each pair of 3, a shield that seemed formed of starlight took shape. They emitted glittering silvers and radiant, translucent blues. If it wasn't for the situation, Lionel might feel that they were quite beautiful. This time, when Aina's blood roses rotated forward, they bent and shattered against the shields, breaking into sprinkling petals of crimson that splashed onto the ground like a puddle of red rain. Lionel's spear appeared in his palm, his gaze turning sharp. He pierced forward, his spear streaking through the distance between himself and them in the blink of an eye. Clang! The trio Lionel targeted was sent stumbling back, but their shield didn't have the slightest crack on it. Lionel's eyes narrowed. The technique was stronger than he thought, and if he let them gather any more together, it would be even more troublesome. If Lionel was correct, these trios could be fused in groups of 10 to create an even stronger shield. Compared to the techniques he had seen in the zone, this was actually much simpler. Because it focused entirely on defense, it could be used with less people and still have powerful outputs. When it was powered by 3-tier, 9-6-dimensional existences like this, the defensive power wasn't small in the slightest. The tip of Lionel's spear trembled, a delicate golden light forming around it as the world went silent. Absolute spear domain. Lionel's spear pierced forward once more like a streak of light across the skies. Before the stumbling trio could react, their shield shattered into motes of light, the head of their captain bursting like a watermelon. Lionel appeared in their midst, his spear becoming like the scythe of a reaper. Everywhere he passed, another head would fall. His blade was relentless, and the rotating tornado of his absolute spear domain was even more unforgiving. Over the horizon, Aina caught up, realizing that her long-distance attacks weren't working anymore. Reaching out a delicate hand, she clutched it. The blood roses fused into one, forming a thorny pasture that surged forward. The two cut through the protectors of humanity's peace as though they were nothing more than barbarians. This was the kind of scene that would be imprinted into the minds of all those that saw it. In the skies, DiVincenzo realized the mistake he had made. Sending in squadrons to deal with these duo was simply sending them to their deaths. But having already made such a mistake, it was already impossible to reverse. He grit his teeth hard, his gaze flickering with ill intent. Full deployment. War Sequence Tier 1. The 6 planetary warships quaked. Many of the warriors were surprised, but that didn't stop them from reacting. Full deployment? That meant that even the ship's engineers and drivers were to enter the charge. However, that was less important than the fact it demanded the elite troops make their appearance. In comparison to this, though, War Sequence Tier 1 was a far bigger deal. It meant that they were meant to treat this assault as though they were reinforcing a Tier 1 fleet. In simple terms, it meant that they were meant to go all out as though facing an enemy far above their pay grade. Chapter 1714. Published at 18th of March, 2023, 7:10 a.m. Chapter 1714. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1714. One sentence. Within the planetary warships, the warriors of Shield Cross stars moved about like the ants of a colony, the speed and organization reaching an immaculate realm. At that moment, within the personal cabins of some of the most elite troops there were, several meditating powerhouses slowly opened their eyes, their auras flashing with a robust heaviness before retracting into gentle streams of cool wind. One after another, they stood. Each one of these individuals was completely in the nude, soaking in a dense jelly-like substance. They stepped out with a movement and immediately became dry beneath an odd, inexplicable process. They dressed themselves systematically. The rhythm was so smooth and without hitches that it would be clear to anyone watching that they had done this thousands of times. Although their rituals were all different, each one had one that they had drilled into their minds over decades. However, no matter how different their processes were, in exactly 3 seconds, they all had finished dressing themselves and stepped out. The moment they did, the hustle and bustle of the planetary warships seemed to slow and quiet, the echoes of their footsteps setting a new rhythm that they all fell into. They stretched out their hands. As obedient as servants, several groups rushed forward and handed them halberds twice the height of their bodies. They stretched out their forearms. In just as quick movements, several more groups rushed forward and handed them shields that weighed as heavy as mountains. The moment they were equipped with weapons and shields, their steps only became heavier, the rumbling momentum causing even the warship itself to quake and shake. The more these echoes resonated, the more controlled the others seemed to become. With every passing second, the cohesion of the group grew further. Even as they increased their pace of movement, the smoothness remained the same and, in fact, greatened. As though they were perfectly choreographed traffic, no one interrupted the path of another person, even to the point their shoulders didn't brush. These entities stepped out, reaching the bow of their ships as crowds of warriors, previously seemingly moving in an unorganized swarm, formed neat and even lines to their back. For each one of these 6 planetary warships, there were 12 such existences, each one wielding the very same halberd and shield. The uniformity was immaculate. Their faces seemed hardly recognizable to the public, but to the terrorist organizations of the dimensional verse, they were all too well known. Captain Zilgella. This name meant nothing to the vast majority. However, to the people of the colloquially known Zealot sector, his name rang fear in all of their hearts. The so-called Zealot sector was a region of the human domain where there was an increased activity in gods and faiths due to certain unique opportunities presented. Unfortunately, that also made it a hotbed of religious extremists and cults, which took advantage of the poor and needy, feeding them into systems that created sex trafficking rings and began cycles of hatred. This region was Captain Zilgella's stomping ground. Over the years of his dominance, he came to be known as the Guillotine Apostate. The number of shrines and places of worship he had felled beneath his blade and soaked beneath rivers of blood were too numerous to count. Captain Earth. This name meant nothing to the vast majority. However, to the people of the Skyward sector, her name shook their souls and sunk claws into their hearts. The Skyward sector was one of the few barbarian sectors of the human domain. There were only 2 methods of gaining such a title, both of which usually came hand in hand. The first was that there was not a prominent human family or organization in majority control of the land, and the second was that it had a population of non-human exceeding 20%. The Oryx were not the only non-human race in the human domain. There were batches of others in minority positions that had learned to coexist with humans, one of which being the Skyward race. Still, in such regions, the locations tended to be particularly lawless. Since these regions could not be controlled by humans, it was obvious that the humans there tended to be quite weak and the other races there tended to be quite strong. Due to other powers being more focused on their own regions and maintaining control, Shield Cross Stars could only do its best to maintain order. When Captain Earth gained jurisdiction over the Skyward sector, though, what once was a lawless region quickly became great obedient. Even now, the odd-winged race followed to her back, having wings that alternated in leather skin and feathers, while having faces with prominent noses seemingly built with aerodynamics in mind. Alone, she had subdued an entire sector. Captain Vimward. This name meant nothing to the vast majority. Even to the people of the Necros sector he oversaw, this name was completely unknown to them. However, the name that they did know was that of the Shield Reaper. The Necros sector was the deadest sector in the human domain. It had an abnormally large concentration of dark and corrosion forces, making it impossible for most to live there normally. Those that did were often sickly, malnourished, and frail of body. This made them easy for beasts to prey upon, and it was considered to be a region where beasts reigned supreme. That was until Captain Vimward set his flag and marched. These were just three of the 72 that had appeared, each one with a more vicious title and history than the last, and each fully prepared to lay down their lives in the name of the human race. A silence fell over the battlefield as though all of the noise had been sucked out of the air. These 12 stood at the bows of their ships. Although less than a second had passed since they had appeared, somehow it felt like an eternity. And then they jumped. Lionel felt his spine tingle. He tapped his foot on the ground, retreating slightly and retracting his spear. Anna seemed to notice his change immediately and reacted in kind. Her hair fluttered in the air as she stepped onto a rotating blood rose. With a raise of her hands, the others followed along with her. Bang! 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 The land trembled as a tsunami of earth rose into the air and spread out in all directions. Lionel's eyes narrowed as his head raised. Boom, boom, boom. The earth collapsed, causing the ground to shake so fiercely that it almost threatened to throw him off balance. Dust was thrown into the, threatening to make visibility an impossibility. The Void Palace was already known for its dense fog, so this only made the situation several times more difficult to handle. However, before it could truly get out of hand, all of the dust was suddenly pressed into the ground as though a hand had descended from the skies above. When Lionel's vision finally cleared, he found that both he and Aina were surrounded by towering shields the size of buildings. There were exactly 72 of them, each of them shimmering with a resplendent starlight. They alternated between silver and royal blue, depending on the angle, their translucent nature being just transparent enough to show the powerful armies that stood behind them. Then, the sound of footsteps began to resonate. Each and every one of them walked at the exact same pace, raising the exact same leg and walking forward in unison. The resonance made it sound as though a single giant was moving through forward, each one aimed right for Lionel's heart. Boom, boom, boom. As they moved, the encirclement closed in, closing all paths of retreat. Lionel slowly relaxed, exhaling a long breath. It seemed that he probably couldn't play around anymore. His head angled upward again, looking toward the 6 planetary warships with narrowed eyes. In the distance, DiVincenzo and the Void Elders stood high in the skies, watching this scene. None of them easily revealed their inner thoughts with their expressions. However, it was clear that they all felt that this matter was over, subconsciously relaxing. DiVincenzo didn't slowly increase the pressure. The moment he saw that things weren't going well, he dialed up the heat to the greatest output he had, unwilling to take any more chances. However, never in his wildest dreams did he think that things might very well come crumbling down with a single sentence from Lionel. Lionel, who was just about to get serious, paused for a moment, his brow raising. His gaze shifted, and he slowly landed on 3 people. You, and you. With the training these warriors had, they simply continued to walk forward as though nothing at all had happened. However, Lionel didn't seem too shocked by this at all. The ones he had pointed to hardly reacted at all, until, that is, he pointed to the last one. 1 wasn't an issue. 2 was a coincidence. But 3 was a pattern that shattered the status quo with another few words. Neither of the 3 of you are human. Cloud race, I presume? Lionel clearly wasn't asking a question. In fact, he was making a very clear accusation. While he could break out of this encirclement using effort, it would take a lot out of him, and he would most definitely end up injured. Plus, outside of himself, Aina would likely suffer as well. If there was a chance to use his head and intelligence instead, why wouldn't he? As for the 3 he had pointed to, they were none other than Zildjian, Urith, and Vimward. Important announcement below. Chapter 1715. Published at 22nd of March, 2023, 7:39 and 45 seconds a.m. Chapter 1715. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1715-1. For one, let alone everyone else. Even Aina's expression flickered when Lionel said this. After a brief moment of surprise, DiVincenzo immediately believed that Lionel was speaking nonsense. And if he did so, there was even less to say about the marching warriors of Shield Cross Stars. With their training, it took more than just a few words for their focus to waver. But who was Lionel? Was he a fool who couldn't understand something so simple? The moment he finished speaking, his body flickered and vanished. When he appeared once again, not only was he right before Captain Vimward's troops, his body was enveloped by a radiant bronze aura that shone brighter than even gold. With the way his hair danced and his spear struck forward, he looked like the descendant of a Greek god, everything from his demeanor to his aura releasing a stifling, undying pressure. The sound in the world vanished, and a vast painting seemed to unfurl to Lionel's back. Seas of blood, rains of bone, lands of flesh appeared. Anyone laying eyes on it felt their hearts tremble. In that moment, it felt as though the light smile that always hung from Lionel's lips was no more than a mask hiding behind it the black heart of a demon. Lionel's spear became like a river of blood, the mere tremble of its tip causing tsunami-like waves to spread out to the left and right. All the while, his gaze was locked onto Vimward's. There didn't seem to be any emotion behind it. There was no coldness, no happiness, no anger, no fury. There was nothing but a vast, unfathomable depth, one that seemed to peer even into the souls of those who looked into it. Vimward shuddered, his expressionless visage finally trembling somewhat. The cadence of the march shifted only the slightest bit, but that was enough for the radiant shield to dim just the slightest bit. Bang! Lionel's spear collided with the shield. He felt as though he had met a steel wall with the fist of a mortal. His forearms and wrists trembled, threatening to snap on impact. However, at that moment, the radiant bronze aura trembled, spreading out the reverberating impact toward the ground beneath his feet and the air around him. Small pockets of explosions surged in the surrounding area, a small measure of it re-upping and fusing with Lionel's strike, increasing his strike by small margins at a time. Crack! The eyes of DiVincenzo and the Shield Cross Stars warriors sharpened. A crack in their shield? That was impossible. Considering the standard of officers used to form it, this should have been an impossible task for anyone beneath the 7th dimension. How could a Tier 1, 6th-dimensional brat possibly accomplish this? Captain Vimward's irises flickered with a malevolent light. He waved a hand, sending out several military-grade hand signs known by only the members of his troops. However, Lionel didn't need to understand to know that it must be an attack sequence. If all these people could do was defend, they would be too useless. The power of this formation was something Lionel had already seen through, and it was something he could have seen through even if he hadn't personally read some anecdotes about it in the Void Library. This defense was an exceptionally rare formation, allowing perfect defense from one side and perfect transparency from the other. This meant that while under the protection of this formation, the warriors of Shield Cross Stars could still attack freely so long as it was done in a coordinated fashion that didn't disrupt the cadence that allowed them to use this formation in the first place. Unfortunately, a blur of red appeared to Lionel's side. Even as she swung his axe, her beauty was truly unmatched. The powerful, streamlined outline of her body exploded forth with a hidden power that didn't seem possible. The wind stacked up on the edge of her blade, following up on Lionel's strike in one smooth motion. Lionel hadn't even fully retracted his spear when she acted. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. Bang! Aina's battle XS blade landed right where Lionel's spear point had just retracted from, like sparkling motes of light in the form of twinkling shards of glass. The radiant royal blue and silver illusory shield shattered. A long distance away, DiVincenzo froze, but it was already too late. Lionel only took a single step back to deal with the recoil before he shot through the opening the two had created as the officers of Vimward's troop coughed up blood beneath the backlash of their collapsed formation. Aina took a step back as well, just a measure after Lionel, before quickly following up. The two were like a pair tied together by a tight string, following one after another completely in sync. Lionel appeared before Vimward, who took up the vanguard of the formation, his face wearing a malevolent grin. His spear spun in his hands before it thrust forward, leaving several shadows in the air. Vimward's expression changed. He immediately changed his hand signals and retreated, two of his vice-captains following him as they settled into a formation of 3 as their troops followed suit. Pockets of squads of 3 separated, but some were still too slow. They had just withstood the backlash of their formation collapsing, so how could they all reform another one so fast? While it looked like Lionel was aiming for Vimward, the tips of his spear vanished and appeared in the surroundings. Under the astonished gazes of many, his spear's range felt almost endless. No one within 10 meters was able to escape the wrath of his blade as he attacked as he pleased. If you were too close, your life would be reaped from yourself. It was as simple as that. PCHU. 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 Swift. Truly swift. The spear's shadows practically blotted out the skies as the might of the Morales shone forth. Madmen, generals of the battlefield, reapers even amidst the carnage. Their spears blanketed the clouds and layered the earth. Absolute spear domain. Half a dozen squads lost one or two members instantly, some of them even losing all three. Without their organized squadrons, they were no longer able to form their smaller shield formations, and better yet, those that were further away didn't have time to reinforce Vimward and his vice-captains. Aina shot by Lionel, causing blood force to rise into the air as she ripped the life force out of the fallen corpses. Lionel smiled. Just me and you. Lionel's gaze locked onto Vimward, the tip of his spear trembling and a rising tornado of golden spear force dancing around him as his three glorious white, illusory tails rose into the skies behind him. Vimward's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately forced himself to calm down. Even if Aina held back the other members of his troops from interfering, Lionel was still speaking nonsense. What about the other 71 troops? She couldn't possibly stop them all as well, right? In just a few more breaths, they would be completely surrounded, and they most definitely wouldn't get a chance to shatter another shield. Considering the strength they had shown now, this was already their limit. Lionel definitely couldn't take him down in just a few seconds. Star fusion. An eruption of starry blue force rushed into being around Lionel, making him look like the incarnation of a deity. His pores opened, a dense blue fog akin to a radiant nebula spreading out around him. Combustion. Bang! In an instant, it all turned a furious shade of red. Lionel took a step forward, the ground beneath him shattering into an avalanche of rock and stone. In that moment, he remembered when he first came to the Void Palace. Cutting down a single tree was impossible. He couldn't even leave a scratch on the ground. Even using his internal sight beyond a few meters was impossible. But now, on his way out, he could do as he pleased. This landscape, if he wanted it to change, it had no right to tell him no. Bang! Vimward's formation shield shattered beneath Lionel's aura alone. A single rogue strand of spear force no thicker than a hair whipping against it and collapsing its entire structure. It was only now that those watching realized that Lionel had yet to put in his full effort. While others had reached their upper limits, he was still scratching the surface of his potential. Lionel took another step forward, casually flicking his wrist. Bang! The ground his spear swept by rose into the air, forming a hill of earth so large that an entire half of the troops found themselves facing the descent of a mighty mountain crashing toward their heads. Just as Lionel took a third step, he disappeared in a flicker of crimson. When he appeared again, his spear was at Vimward's throat, a moment away from piercing right through. Vimward's body trembled, veins popping out across his forehead until he suddenly roared. Just when it seemed like Vimward would be skewered through, Lionel's spear passed through nothing but air. However, just the residual aura of Lionel's strike alone caused Vimward's two vice-captains to burst into clouds of blood. Lionel slowly retracted his spear. Despite missing, there was a grin on his face as Vimward slowly appeared again about 5 meters from him. The entire battlefield froze, and even in the far-off distance, DiVincenzo and the Void Elders also froze until a furious expression appeared on Gallienne's wrinkled face. Cloud race scum. There was only one race in existence capable of using such a formless movement technique. Vimward had exposed himself, and by proxy, he had exposed Zilgella and Urith. If Lionel was 1 for 1, he was almost assuredly 3 for 3 as well. Chapter 1716, published at 22nd of March, 2023, 7:39 and 45 seconds a.m. Chapter 1716. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1716. Empty Galleon's furious roar thundered across the skies. Never in her wildest imagination did she think that Lionel's words would actually not be nonsense. But now that she was aware, what she had to do was even less of an uncertainty. The role of Void Palace was of one track and of one mind: protect the human domain from other races. It was that simple, and it was a mission that hadn't changed for countless years. Vimward's expression changed. At first, he wanted to see if he could do something to change his current situation, or at least take control of it, but he quickly realized that all of his ideas were ridiculous. Take Lionel as hostage? What good would that do when the entire purpose of their trip here was to detain him to begin with? Plus, it was likely that a part of the reason Galleon's reaction was so explosive was because she had finally found a target to vent on. After just a second, Vimward realized that he had no other options outside of running. He sent a furious gaze toward Lionel. Even now, he had no idea how he had been exposed. If it was so easy to see through the disguise of the Cloud Race, then they wouldn't be the Cloud Race. Someone like Lionel was, without exaggeration, an existential risk to their very being. The only race of people that the Cloud Race didn't dare to play around with were the spirituals, precisely because they could so easily see through them. Vimward had no idea how a human race brat could do the same thing. Seeing Vimward's fury, Lionel smiled and waved. "You should probably start running now. Maybe you can make it out. Good luck." Seeing Lionel smile, Vimward's body trembled with fury. In a spike of rage, the aura of a seventh-dimensional expert rippled out in all directions, emitting from his body in waves. However, rather than being shocked or scared like Vimward thought Lionel would be, Lionel's smile still hadn't faded. What a joke. If Lionel could see through Vimward's Cloud Race disguise, why wouldn't he be able to tell that the latter was actually in the seventh dimension? But now Vimward had to make a choice. He could either test his luck and try to kill Lionel, or he could run. If Lionel managed to survive his first strike, he wouldn't have time to send a second before avoiding detection would be impossible. The Void Elders were still far enough away that he and the others could escape, and it would take far more than just a few exchanges to bridge the gap. But the main issue was a matter of whether they would be able to track them or not. If Vimward left right this moment, his trail would disappear by the time they caught up. But if he delayed, there was no telling. It was clear by Lionel's smile that he seemed to understand this quite well. Vimward grit his teeth for a moment before all of his fury vanished into a puff of air. In an instant, he had regained all of his calm, and there was no longer the slightest ripple in his eyes. Without hesitating anymore, he turned and vanished, plumes of cloudy fog and energy following his path. The corner of Lionel's lip curled as he watched Vimward run. At the same moment, Zul'jella and Earth no longer hesitated as well, breaking free from their formations and rushing away. What Lionel found interesting, though, was that they were all alone. He couldn't help but wonder what the plan was exactly. Did the Cloud Race plan to overturn Shield Cross stars with just 3 individuals? That didn't seem likely. It was either that these were rogue members, or Lionel's expression flickered for a moment as chaos ensued. With the collapse of just 3 formations, logically, there should have been more than enough organization remaining to deal with the situation, but the Cloud Race had quite some spectacular methods of their own. As they escaped, a dense foggy gray energy rose into the air, obscuring vision and making even Lionel feel as though his mind was being attacked. One after another, the formations wavered and collapsed, the glorious shields cracking and shattering right after them. Lionel's eyes narrowed. With a step, he appeared by Aina's side. Wrapping an arm around her waist, he took another step and crossed large distances at a time. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect, Lionel thought with a grin. He didn't need to see to know what happened. Just now, Vimward had definitely reached the spatial lock barrier and used some method to destroy it. In an instant, Lionel felt his emulation spatial force loosen up, and he felt freer to move. In reality, Lionel had many other plans for this day. If he had the skill to draw spatial arrays capable of helping him escape a zone, something that was supposedly impossible up until the moment he did it, this spatial barrier had no method of stopping him either so long as he had some time. He had originally wanted to deal Shield Cross stars a blow for being so annoying, which was why he had taken this approach. But the idea that they had 3 spies in their ranks that caused their collapse while they were supposedly chasing after a fugitive was far more cathartic than anything else he had planned. In fact, he found it absolutely hilarious. That said, that didn't mean that he would just leave things as is. Taking advantage of the fog, Lionel deployed his Starry Spirit domain and added some fog of his own. Overlaying it with emulation spatial force, he created an illusion of his surroundings that had everything but an image of himself and Aina, effectively allowing them to disappear into thin air. Lionel was sure that there were many still trying to pay close attention to his actions, but no amount of scrutiny would stop him. In just a few minutes, unbeknownst to anyone, Lionel stepped onto an empty planetary warship with Aina by his side. Chapter 1717, published at 22nd of March, 2023, 7:39 and 45 seconds a.m. Chapter 1717. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1717, or me. With a thought, Lionel split into several clones. From start to finish, his dream world was entirely locked onto the vessel, splitting it into components and rebuilding it in his mind. If one looked in his mind right this moment, it would be possible to see tens of thousands of gears, pipes, wires, engine pieces, gas exhaust. The number of things was endless, and even when it seemed like they couldn't be cut down any further, he would still split them into more. In just a few minutes, Lionel understood the flying vessel better than even the engineers who worked on it every day. If he had to, let alone fly it, he could build it from scratch with nothing but raw materials. Of course, Lionel had the segmented cube if he really wanted to escape as stealthily as possible. But where was the fun in that? Off to the side, Aina could only shake her head and smile. With the segmented cube's abilities, they would probably already be a solar system away by now, but this man insisted on never suffering a loss. As far as Lionel saw it, pointing out some traitors in shield cross stars midst might embarrass them, but it was ultimately a net positive for them. As things went, he had just done them a favor, and it wasn't the first favor he had done for the human race either. Considering such a thing, he might as well take some payment for his efforts. They didn't think that they could just use him for free, right? If DiVincenzo knew what Lionel was thinking, he just might die of blood loss just from coughing up so much in rage. This wasn't just any normal planetary warship. Lionel hadn't just targeted any one of them. He had targeted the flagship. In the entirety of Shield Cross stars, there was only one model superior to this one, and it was reserved for Tier 1 star rank officers. Considering the status of such officers, those warships rarely saw the light of day. Even if Lionel had targeted one of the 5 lesser ships that had come, it would have been an unacceptable loss. After all, this was the entirety of DiVincenzo's fleet. To estimate the cost of one of these planetary warships, talking of ors wasn't even appropriate. Instead, one had to speak in terms of revenue of not planets or quadrants or galaxies, but sectors. In order to build one such warship, it took gathering the entire profits of one sector for a century, or the profits of 100 sectors for 1 year each. These wouldn't be normal sectors either, but rather seventh-dimensional sectors. In the entirety of the human domain, there were only a few hundred such sectors to begin with. This meant that even if the resources of the whole human domain were pooled together without the slightest reservation, only about 4 or 5 of these ships could be made per year. And that was only if no one cared about spending funds on anything else. To say that stealing this ship was a bit of an overkill was understatement, and Lionel most definitely couldn't claim to be ignorant about it, either considering his status as a craftsman. He simply didn't care. They would just have to obediently swallow this loss. Lionel grinned. Nice. His greatest worry had just vanished in a thin air. This ship didn't need to be powered. It was self-sustaining. How lovely. It was like they had put on a platter just for him. At that moment, all of Lionel's clones were in place, and the ship rumbled just a single time, shocking the whole of the Void Palace. DiVincenzo, who had been in mad pursuit of the Cloud Race trio, felt his heart skip a beat. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to use the ships to rush after them, but the problem was that manning such a large warship required hundreds of crewmen and engineers. But he had deployed them all to chase after Lionel. It would take too much time for them to get back and start everything up. Never had he thought that someone would actually take this opportunity to steal their Tier 2 star warship. If anyone had told him that this would happen before, he would have laughed in their face. How could two people steal a planetary warship? He would have thought that one would have to be woefully ignorant to even think such a thing was possible. But it was actually happening right before his eyes. He'll be taking this as repayment. No need to thank me. Lionel's voice echoed through the void, but he had already stopped paying attention to the situation around him, turning toward Aina with a smile. Aina raised an eyebrow, pretending not to understand the look in Lionel's eye. But before she could react, she was squealing as he swept her into his arms, her battle axe forgotten at the bow of the ship. Lionel carried Aina into the ship, his lips sealing over her own as he walked about with his eyes closed. He cradled her thighs to either side of his hips with his forearms, his two palms firmly planted on her ass. The two of them seemed to completely forget the rumbling of the ship, lost in their own world. They left a trail of clothing in their wake, a piece of fabric falling away with every step that Lionel took. Lionel kicked open a door, slamming it shut behind him with a heel. His movements didn't have even the slightest hitch in them as he pressed Aina down onto a bed, her heavy breathing matching to the rhythm of their hearts. Aina looked into Lionel's eyes, their golden hues slightly misty, slightly red, and mostly loving. What are you focused on more right now? Flying the ship? Or me? The almost succubus-like coercion and temptation in Aina's voice made Lionel as hard as a rock. But he also found the question somewhat amusing. Did the answer matter much? Well, maybe it didn't matter much to him, but she liked to know the answer. Aina felt herself moisten as Lionel pressed against her. She could feel her delicate pink folds spreading apart and her entrance slowly opening. She looked into Lionel's eyes, unable to look away, and he was unable to do the same. When we crash, just know I'm going to blame it on you, Lionel laughed. Aina laughed as well, her eyes filled with a hint of happy tears. She felt nothing but bliss as they fused into one, her moans stifled by the kiss of the man she loved. Chapter 17-18, published at 22nd of March, 2023, 7:39 and 45 seconds AM. Chapter 17-18, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 17-18 pop, as good as his body felt. Lionel felt as though his mind had entered a state of absolute peace. It was beyond just the feelings, but rather the tacit acceptance that had brought him to this moment. He had been by Aina's side for so long, and he had already lost count of the number of opportunities they had had. However, because he was in his own head about so many things, it was always easy to find an excuse and to also find contentment in what he had without trying to seek more. After he had made his decision that day, he no longer had any inhibitions. He had already known that when next the two of them had this chance, neither of them would be willing to miss it again. It wasn't a moment of ravenous passion, nor was it emblazoned with emotions like it had almost been so many times before. Rather, it was calm and intimate. They listened to the sound of each other's breathing. They enjoyed the warmth of each other's embrace, and they were both very much present. It could only be really explained in one word: comfortable. There wasn't any pressure on their shoulders, any obligation to act, any fear dictating their actions, or any ulterior motives tainting their thoughts. It couldn't have been any purer. They smiled, they kissed, they even laughed, neither feeling any tension or oppression. Both just seemed to understand how beautiful the moment was. It wasn't perfect. They didn't have fireworks in their air. They were currently on the run as fugitives, and there were probably no small number of individuals who wanted them dead, and yet it all didn't seem to matter in the slightest. In a state of bliss, Lionel suddenly felt his knees go weak. At first, he thought the worst. In reality, by this point, it had only been a few minutes. Within his abilities, he knew exactly how long. 183 seconds, Not a second more, not a second less. 3 minutes and 3 seconds. If he collapsed now, he would never hear the end of it. Considering his dense vitality, he would be up and at it immediately, but he knew what kind of woman he was dealing with. She wouldn't actually take it to heart, but that didn't mean that she wouldn't be sure to make fun of him to the ends of the earth. Lionel found it all to be ridiculous. Sure, it felt like his cock was in a vice grip of warm and moist clouds, as though he was being caressed by the hands of an angel. But he also had a Tier 4 controllability index that gave him perfect control over his body. So long as he wanted to, he should have been able to go on for months if that was what he wanted. But what the fuck was this? This scare had only lasted for a fraction of a second before Lionel realized that this wasn't actually what was happening and that he wasn't a quick shot. But it was already enough for him to be covered in a cold sweat. Lionel. It was only a small moment, but considering how close they were, how could Aina miss any changes to Lionel? Those gorgeous cherry lips of hers were already curled into a smile as she whispered a hot breath into his ear, the vice grip her moist walls pulsating around him. Lionel knew that she was doing it on purpose. He and Aina had a tacit sort of agreement. They were still stuck in the beauty of the moment, but very soon it would likely devolve into an all-out war of conquest for bragging rights. Aina lightly bit at Lionel's earlobe, running her hands up and down his defined back as she locked her legs around him. Her voice seemed tinged with concern, but in reality, she was coercing him like the little vixen she was. Damn it, Lionel couldn't even counter because of the weakness in his legs. His arms were the only thing stopping him from flopping on top of her like a dead fish, and Aina seemed to have noticed this. Lionel didn't even know how to explain that what she thought was happening wasn't actually what was happening. It felt like that time she walked in on him moaning all over again. He would never live this down. Another squeeze came, and Lionel sucked in a cold breath. He couldn't quite focus on exactly what was happening with her, tempting him at every opportunity. He had already locked away most of his mind demand to planetary worship, so he didn't have much focus left to give given the situation, which only made him even slower in understanding what was happening. Aina's hips wiggled, pulling back and sinking herself into the bed before rebounding upward. She didn't seem to want to let Lionel off at all, as she used her own methods to force them into another rhythmic trance. Her light moans tickled at Lionel's ears as an odd feeling spread through his body. Lionel couldn't describe it as anything other than weakness. He lost control of himself piece by piece, as though he was being forcefully separated from something, or maybe it was the exact opposite. From his feet, up his legs, through his knees, then his back, and eventually even his hands. By that point, the only things propping him up collapsed. Aina laughed lightly, still a bit oblivious to what was happening. Red in the face, her overwhelming strength easily flipped Lionel beneath her. Her thighs trembled as she rose in a squat, a feeling of euphoria coursing through both of their bodies as she slowly moved up and down. At the same moment, the feeling rose to Lionel's head, and he felt a pop. Right then, the sound of a chain snapping resonated through the universe, and Lionel entirely lost control of his body. Aina trembled, feeling a strong pulse within her. She leaned forward, pressing her cheek to Lionel's broad chest with a light smile on her face and a sheen of sweat on her brows. Chapter 1719, published at 22nd of March, 2023, 7:39 and 45 seconds a.m. Chapter 1719, if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1719 Justice? When Lionel came to and his vision cleared, he found himself looking up at an unfamiliar ceiling. It took him a while to realize that the ceiling he was looking toward was the ceiling of the master room of the planetary warship. He wasn't familiar with it because he never really cared to look at its details when he walked in and laid Aina on the bed. To begin with, no one ever used this room. Although it was created for DiVincenzo, seventh-dimensional existences didn't sleep very often, and this planetary warship wasn't used often enough for this room to be necessary considering how expensive it was. As such, it could be said that Lionel and Aina were the very first to use this room. After realizing where he was, it all came back to Lionel, and his lip twitched several times. He still had no idea what had happened just now, but what he did know was that only 4 minutes and 37 seconds had passed from start to finish. It was all over. He would never be able to show his face to the world again. Where was the justice? Maybe if he ran now, he wouldn't have to face the music. However, at that moment, Aina, who was laying on his chest, pushed herself up with a smile. She looked happier than Lionel had ever seen her. Half of that was probably because of how satisfied she felt, but there was a hidden amusement in her eyes that Lionel would never miss. Lionel coughed lightly. Something weird happened. I don't really know how to explain it. Aina nodded twice. With her movement, Lionel's eyes couldn't help but shift to her bouncing breasts. Considering her position, they practically dangled before his mouth, asking him to try and catch one of those delicate pink nipples with his tongue. Aina blinked innocently, seemingly not noticing Lionel's distraction. Her palms were still pressed onto his broad chest, but her wrists slightly turned, pulling her elbows in and pushing her own chest up. A stray bead of sweat fell down her neckline and disappeared between that grand ravine, leaving Lionel's Adam's apple pulsating. If he looked too hard, something weird might happen again. Lionel was so distracted that it took him a moment to pick up the teasing words. His cock was already at attention. Given his vitality, he hadn't been joking about how quick he would be to recover. And considering her had seemingly fallen asleep for a small amount of time, he had had more than ample. By now, he was already pressing up between Aina's cheeks, splitting them apart as she continued to sit on him, oblivious to what was coming. What was that? Lionel looked up from Aina's breasts, his hands finding their way to her hips. Aina tilted her head in amusement. She thought that Lionel was still trying to regain some face, so she traced a finger down his chest, her smile blooming. "Nothing. I'm just a bit worried about you," she said lightly. Lionel suddenly grinned. "What are you worried about?" Aina, seemingly finally realizing that something was odd, looked into Lionel's eyes again. Lionel didn't look like someone who had just been defeated. However, Aina wasn't one to back down either. "There's no need to be embarrassed. You're just young. So long as we practice more, I'm sure you'll get better. We have all the time in the world." Aina smiled brightly, rising up into a full-seated position and raising her hands to her hair. She allowed Lionel's eyes to scan her body as she smoothed out her long, black strands, her every breath causing her breast to ripple and her toned torso to flex just the slightest bit. A small and well-trimmed bush just barely obstructed Lionel's vision of what was below, but he could still very clearly feel its moistness and slight stickiness as she shifted from side to side imperceptibly. Despite her words, Aina didn't see Lionel falter. In fact, his smile became even brighter. Slap! The sound echoed through the mostly quiet room, and Aina's body shuddered beside itself. She could feel the faint stinging pain on her ass cheek, her legs squeezing together slightly, but finding Lionel's body in the way. Aina released a slight, haggard breath, and her gaze went misty. Before she could even understand what had just happened, she went from her position in dominance to being pinned beneath Lionel once again. But this time, her face was pressed against the soft sheets of the bed, her ass arched upward in full view. A tingle coursed up Aina's spine, her body twitching as she felt Lionel lightly press against her entrance. "You said we need practice, right?" Even though she could no longer see Lionel's face, Aina could imagine the grin on his face. Her mind went blank. She could just barely feel the two strong hands gripping her waist. Even if she wanted to run now, she most definitely couldn't. A dripping moistness fell from between her legs, sliding down her delicate pink folds and rounding around a sensitive little pink button before falling toward the sheets. Everything about that moment was hyper-real to her, even the slightest goosebump that raised across her skin making her shudder. She gasped when she felt Lionel enter her. It was deep, almost too deep, almost like he was trying to press against her heart from the back. Lionel pressed a hand down and onto the small of Aina's back, his strokes deep and slow. Each was perfectly measured and timed down to a fraction of a second. He was an absolute machine, only getting a small tick faster every few seconds. Aina felt herself slowly losing consciousness, not quite sure which way was up and which way was down, but every time she was just about to be pushed over the edge, another slap would come, shuddering her awake and causing her feet to wiggle up and down uncontrollably. She tried to squirm away and escape, but every time Lionel only pressed down harder, pinning her into the bed. Lionel grinned a devilish grin. "Don't run now, we're just getting started." Lionel pulled back until the length of his cock almost fell out entirely, pulsing at the entrance for just a moment before sliding all the way back in. Anna finally couldn't control herself. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head, her body convulsed wildly, and she bit into the cushioned sheets beneath her. However, as though he didn't sense a single thing, Lionel simply kept going. Pride? Competition? Victory? Defeat? She forgot it all. Just a few minutes in, she was moaning so loudly and without restraint that her coercion spread across the depths of space. An hour and her voice became too hoarse to make any noise, and all that came out were whimpers. 3 hours and she laid on the bed limply, the only thing making it clear that she was still alive being the haggard breathing and slight twitches from time to time. From start to finish, Lionel's devilish grin never faded. What could he say? He hated to lose, even when it came to bedroom activities. Chapter 1720. Published at 22nd of March, 2023, 7:39 and 46 seconds a.m. Chapter 1720. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1720. Thoughts. Lionel finally let Aina go when she really couldn't handle anymore. In truth, given the strength of her body, it was really hard to hit that limit. Even going for days wouldn't be a problem. But this wasn't an issue of her strength, but rather one of her mind and nerves. There was only so much she could take before she was really overloaded and pleasure became pain. And unfortunately for her, Lionel was an expert at reading and reacting to such a thing. Lionel smiled with a more than content smile on his face, a feeling of euphoria spreading out across his body as he delved into the deepest parts of Aina's body, releasing what he had been building up for several hours already. It was the greatest feeling in the world, too great to be described in just a few words, so he didn't even bother to try. He collapsed onto the bed, beads of sweat falling down his brow. He was ready to pull out and take a nice rest, but Aina's hand gripped his wrist, which rested on her hip. Toward this, he could only chuckle inwardly. Of all the things this woman found the strength left to do, it was actually this. It was more than a little amusing. Lionel wrapped his arms around her waist and obliged, falling into a deep sleep. Lionel awoke to the shuddering of the world around him. For a moment, he was groggy and confused until he snapped awake. Shit. Before, Lionel had been joking about crashing the ship, but to think he would actually mess up so royally. Lionel shot up. The situation wasn't bad. He had just accidentally navigated the warship into an asteroid belt. As things went, it could be far worse. But then again, it could also be far better. Running through the protocols, Lionel sent out his clones once again and activated a series of commands. Soon, the ship was enveloped by a force field of repellent force, and the shaking came to a stop. What shit-tier luck, Lionel grumbled internally. 99% of space is empty, and I just had to be the lucky guy that ran into an asteroid belt. Luckily, the ship was just fine. The rocks of this asteroid belt couldn't possibly hope to harm a ship of this caliber. It was more likely that the asteroid belt would be ground to dust before a scratch was left on this vessel. But Lionel wanted to be more cautious. After all, he definitely couldn't afford to build this ship currently, and he only had one of them. Of course, there would come a time where this ship was useless to him, but that would be a problem for the future. The so-called self-sustaining nature of the ship was due to its self-contained nuclear fusion reactor. Given the core's quality, it could withstand a decade of heavy usage without running out of energy, and the best part was that there wouldn't be any significant changes until it ran to the very end of its lifespan. That said, Heavy usage implied war-torn times, and the human domain hadn't seen such a thing in a very, very long time. Under normal, more benign use cases, even lasting a century wouldn't be a problem. This was only the third time this ship was ever used, as there was rarely a need for it. As such, its core was very fresh and new. Lionel didn't mind using it up a bit to make sure that nothing untoward happened to the ship as a whole. Lionel exhaled and wiped a bit of sweat off his brow. This could have definitely been worse. He could have been woken up to their crashing through a planet. This warship wasn't called a planetary warship without reason. It was bigger than most moons and could definitely run through some planets. The real trouble was what kind of damage would result in doing such a thing. Lionel was unwilling to find out just yet, and he was lucky that he didn't have to. With everything handled, Lionel went back to the master room to find that Aina was still sleeping. This silly girl had actually slept through a near-death catastrophe. He could only speechlessly commend her. Lionel sat on the bed and found his eyes drooping again. This time, he learned his lesson and put the warship in idle. He couldn't put his shiny new toy in harm's way again. He crawled into bed and shared the covers with Aina, his consciousness fading again. He didn't know why, but he just felt more tired than usual. As he went to sleep, he had vague thoughts about what he should do next and how to prepare. Gathering talents from the Void Palace was obviously impossible now, so the only thing he could do was rely on more unproven talents. That said, he was quite lucky in this regard. Others would be screwed, but would he? Earth's territory would produce the greatest talents of the human domain given enough time. This was the power of a place with eighth-dimensional potential. It seemed that he would definitely have to return to Earth first and reunite with his brothers. Then he could consider matters about the Oryx and the Umbra family. According to Valor, the Morales family had chosen to postpone the air war until they all entered the seventh dimension, so he could have quite some time. Lionel could feel that progress had slowed to a crawl after entering the sixth dimension. He was probably still a month or two away from entering Tier 2. At that pace, it would take him 2 years just to make it to Tier 9. The odds of that were slim, though. In all likelihood, it would take longer and longer the further he progressed. The fact he felt Tier 2 was just 2 months away in the first place was more a testament to his talent than anything else. Lionel drifted off to sleep once again, unable to finish his thoughts. Chapter 1721, published at 22nd of March, 2023, 7:39 and 46 seconds a.m. Chapter 1721. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1721 mattered. Lionel woke up again much later, his mind still in a bit of a fog. He chose to keep his eyes closed, lying there and letting a steady sort of peace overcome him. Within the depths of his mind, the Emperor's Might tablet floated about. Ever since Lionel had gotten it, he hadn't gotten much out of it. This wasn't necessarily for lack of trying, but the tablet simply didn't respond much to him. Part of this was probably because he wasn't entirely compatible with him. His own king's might was a mutated version of the Emperor's might of this tablet, so it wasn't entirely certain that he could make use of it to begin with. It had to be remembered that the bronze tablet had been with the Luxnix family for centuries, but their main lineage factor was still the snowy star owl. Just having a tablet wasn't enough to demand its secrets from it. It required compatibility and talent, 2 things of which Lionel was entirely sure he had for the Emperor's Might tablet. Lionel couldn't help but think of the conflict between himself and his grandfather. The root cause of it was a difference in how they saw the world. Back then, Lionel was quite certain that there would come a time where he and his grandfather would be on such polar opposite sides that battle would be the only way to settle things. Lionel wasn't sure how that moment would come about, or even when it would. He just felt that it was nigh inevitable. In recent times, though, the way he looked at the world had also begun to shift, and so had his mentality. He still felt far more like a king than he did an emperor, but it was nowhere near as firm as it had been in the past. In fact, now that he thought about it, what situation had he been in when he forced the Emperor's Might tablet to come to him in the first place? Back then, he had been furious that the world was forcing him to make such a choice. But in the end, he had still made it without hesitation. He chose Aina over the world. That was the mental state he had been in when he forced the tablet to come to him. And following that, there had been a slight shift in the way that he viewed things, even becoming more unrestrained and unfettered in his actions. The way Lionel had seen things, a king was a man of the people. He curated the loyalty of his closest noblemen. He ate with his generals and shed blood with them on the battlefield. He could see things from both his perspective and that of others, formulating a world for everyone under his strength. An emperor, however, he was lofty, untouchable. He schemed and pulled at the puppet strings of his ministers and noble court, seeking balance not through understanding but through power. He sat on a throne and looked down on the people. There were simply too many of them for him to care about their individual plights. All that matters was that he would maintain his strength. There was an air of selflessness to being a king that an emperor didn't have, that they almost couldn't have. But then the question was that if by virtue of the job at hand, an emperor couldn't be a king, then how exactly would it be possible for Lionel to be a king if his goal was to subdue the whole of the dimensional verse? Wouldn't the vastness of an emperor's territory then become his problem? How could he be a king if the territory he governed was so abnormally large? How could he still be selfless? Emperors struggled to maintain their humanity, even when their subjects were all human. The dimensional verse had the human race, the Rapax race, the spirituals race, the cloud race, the dwarven race. The list felt almost endless, and each of them had their own cultures, their own perspectives and philosophies. Was his dream even possible to achieve while maintaining the air of a king? In truth, subconsciously, Lionel already felt that he had lost such a right. How could he continue to claim to be selfless, to be a man of the people, when he had chosen his woman over trillions of lives? Did he even still have the heart to be a king? Or, more importantly, would a king always have to sacrifice his queen for victory? If that was true, I don't want to be a king. It was a simple decision, but it was one that Lionel was unwavering on. No matter what the situation, no matter the circumstances, he would never choose to sacrifice Aina. Simply put, in the face of Aina, he didn't give a damn about the world. There were very few things that Lionel was so certain of, but it was only upon realizing this so firmly that he chose to truly open his heart to Aina again. All the other things they had gone through didn't seem to matter anymore. There was a time that he had almost given her up for the sake of this dream. But there was also, ironically, a point in his life that nothing mattered to him outside of her happiness. It was funny. He had once again become that very same lovesick boy who confessed his feelings over 500 times. But somehow, it felt different than it had before. Less superficial, more weighty, greater in substance. Sometimes how you acted or what you knew mattered less than how you had come to know them. The difference between Lionel of back and the Lionel of now was that the Lionel of then didn't have any goals or aspirations, but the Lionel of now was willing to give those goals and aspirations up without a second thought. If you compare the two, which love was worth more? Chapter 1722, published at 22nd of March, 2023, 7:39 and 46 seconds a.m. Chapter 1722. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1722. Be obedient. Lionel continued to smile, his body feeling quite relaxed despite the slight fogginess of his mind. Maybe in the past he would have felt pressed for an answer, but right this moment, he simply didn't care that much. The answer was meaningless to him for now, but as for the Emperor's Might tablet, he felt that it was about time to be obedient. Lionel's dream force descended upon the tablet from all sides, suffocating it within its presence. The Northern Star Bronze tablet had required Lionel to have a dense light and star force affinity before it could show him its secrets. As for the Emperor's Might tablet, Lionel was almost certain that it was entirely reliant on his mental abilities. Ultimately, the Emperor Might lineage factor was one of the minds. It used the presence of an emperor to strengthen and impose changes onto the real world. It was essentially like a coercion ability, but far more tangible. Before he purged his king's might lineage factor, or at least the humanoid form he had allowed it to take. Lionel's king's might was also capable of imposing changes onto the world. In fact, right now, the greatest application of his king's might was actually his spear. Whenever he spoke a word, or resonated with the sound of the world, or painted an image with his spear stroke, these were all facets of imposing his mind onto the world. This was actually why he was able to grasp his grandfather's teachings so quickly. He had a shortcut to doing so others didn't have. All of these things were just different applications of his king's might. Lionel had the idea brewing in his mind for a long time, but if his king's might was able to work so well with his spear force, then there was nothing stopping it from working with his other forces as well. Like that, he should be able to use his king's might lineage factor to increase his force manipulation. Of course, this would be the more subtle of the two force manipulation types, but it was also the one guaranteed to have a powerful outcome from what he had seen in the zone. The trouble was that his grandfather's method worked well for weapons forces, but it didn't translate so well to other forces. Lionel wasn't actually sure why this was, though he did have a guess. His grandfather's methods required forming the force into what you willed it to be. The words of poetry and calligraphy were constructed by you. The melody of a musical tune was composed by you. The lines of a beautiful painting were formulated by you. None of these things were inherently unique to the force itself. Compared to other forces, weapon force were more malleable and fit to the whims of their user. Although there were certain parameters they fell into, they generally had looser restrictions, whereas other forces were quite focused in their efforts. A fire force would never be able to freeze something. Likewise, a water force would never burn something. Or at least, that was what Lionel believed in his own limited comprehension of matters. Regardless, this was why Lionel was so invested in taking the next step in applying the beauty of force arts to his spearmanship, because this would thus allow him to apply said comprehension to other forces and slowly raise his force manipulation capabilities. Luckily, he had found a clue in how to do this during his battle with the sword faction. But it would still take time for him to make it a reality, as he would have to start from nothing and build it all up himself. So, right now, show me your secrets. You have no right to hide from me. He had let the tablet sit too idly for too long, even letting it get cocky. Since it was residing in his mind, it would have to pay some rent. Bang! Lionel felt as though an explosion of gold had gone off in his mind, but other than shuddering once, he remained unmoved. Quite frankly, the Emperor's Might tablet had been tricked. It thought that it had met a pure-blooded descendant back then, so it had rushed toward Lionel with happiness, hoping that its glory would blind the world once again. However, when it entered Lionel, not only did it find out that Lionel was just a mixed breed, it also found out that his lineage factor had mutated from the perfect path. The tablet had wanted to leave after realizing this, but this mixed pup's mind was actually more powerful than it had originally given him credit for. Even it had to admit that Lionel was very suited to the Emperor's Might lineage factor, if only he was willing to give up this mutated abomination that was his king's might. But Lionel was just as stubborn as one might expect from an Emperor's Might wielder. He wanted all the secrets of the tablet without giving up anything. Of course, Lionel knew that much like the Luxnix family's tablet could bestow lineage factors onto him, the Emperor's Might tablet could also bestow the Emperor's Might lineage factor onto him as well, purging him of the mutations he had. However, Lionel was unwilling to do this not because he was attached to King's Might, but because he knew that the mutation to what was originally his Emperor's Might lineage factor had happened because of his Metal Synergy lineage factor. Due to this, his King's Might lineage factor and Metal Synergy lineage factor were somewhat linked now. If he purged one, it might cause undue and unforeseeable changes to the other. The more synergized his lineage factors, the better. Lionel already had too many abilities. He didn't want them to be any more difficult to fuse into a single power source than they had to be. So this unruly tablet would have to be obedient. If it could show him a path better than the one he was on now, he would accept its changes. But until it could do that, it could forget about making him change his mind. Lionel's incarnation within his dream world reached forward a wild grin on its face. He grabbed the tablet, finally seeing through to its first layer. Chapter 1723. Published at 7th of April, 2023, 8:55 and 43 seconds a.m. Chapter 1723. Fear if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel's mind went blank for a moment, and when he came to, he was standing within a world of green and blue. He stood on a platform at the start of a long road of them. Although he wasn't sure if it meant anything, the one he stood upon was particularly green, as though it had been carved out of precious jade. HM? Lionel looked around. There was nothing to his back or sides, but an endless miasma of greenish-blue energies. Other than that, there was only the path ahead and nothing else. Lionel couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't exactly asked Dana what her experience with the Blood Sovereign tablet was, but honestly he didn't think that he had to. After all, blood sovereignty wasn't exactly a lineage factor as far as he was aware. So, his personal experience with the Northern Star tablets would be far more useful in this regard, or so he thought. But in his experience with those tablets, he had never... Wait, that wasn't true. When he formed his Aurora Panda lineage factor, he had entered a world and even experienced the forms of all three behemoth-like creatures. In fact, he had even been able to interact with them and pick from them. And if he took another step back, he hadn't been conscious when he formed his starry-tailed fox lineage factor. He had just woken up one day with it, an oddity that he still didn't have any answers for either. If things were looked at like this, was it really so odd for a tablet to have a hidden space? In fact, if he really thought about it, even one of his greatest treasures, the silver tablet he had gotten from Valiant Heart Mountain, had an inner space. That inner space wasn't exactly like this one, but it contained a large number of floating souls from that zone, souls that he could reawaken so long as he invested enough energy into them. That aside, it effectively had a hidden world of its own as well. So, maybe it would be weirder if the Emperor's Might tablet didn't have such a thing. Interesting, Lionel's eyes narrowed. Even with all of these things being true, there was something different about this place. All signs pointed to it wanting him to walk forward. So since he didn't have anything better to do at the moment, he did exactly that. Lionel's foot rose, and he tried to reach the next platform, but he suddenly felt very small. Before he even got halfway, he frowned and retracted his foot. He felt inadequate. It was an odd feeling to pinpoint, maybe because he was so unfamiliar with it. For some reason, as he was taking that step forward, he was suddenly bombarded with thoughts that he wasn't worthy of doing so. By the time he got halfway, the illusion of his thoughts became reality, and the next platform actually seemed to get further away from him instead of closer. Lionel was aware enough to feel that it was likely a trick of his mind, but even if he was aware, it still felt all too real. In fact, he felt that if he tried to force it and press forward anyway, he would misjudge where to place his foot, causing him to fall to his death. Although Lionel knew that this must just be a projection of his mind, because his dream force affinity was high enough to differentiate, that didn't mean that he wouldn't be harmed by such a thing. It was very likely that a death here would cause harm to his soul. Considering the fact the human race had very little research on the soul, and anything there was could only be considered to be in its infantile stages, there was simply no way that Lionel would be able to find a method to heal an injury to his soul in the human domain. Unfortunately, Lionel wasn't very certain if his healing capabilities could extend to his soul or not, and he wasn't willing to risk it. He could feel the symbiotic sort of harmony that currently kept his body and soul in balance. In fact, he could see aspects of the world he never had before thanks to the separation of his body and soul. It was because of this that he could see through the disguises of the cloud race so easily. He was able to look past the forms of their bodies and look into something they had no ability to change, their souls. Lionel took a breath and exhaled. What a stubborn tablet. It wanted to put him through the ringer. Lionel felt that the tablet was more sentient than any other treasure he had ever met, or it might have been more accurate to say close to sentient. If he had a guess, this treasure was likely something a step beyond life grade, or even if it shared the same category, it was near its extremities. It could actually throw a tantrum when it wanted to. Lionel smiled lightly, his foot beginning to rise up again. Silly tablet, it's going to take more than illusion to scare me. If there's an illusion in this world that can fool more Dreamforce affinity, it'll give it to you. Lionel leapt forward, the fear overwhelming his mind again. However, he had already calculated the exact distance. Bang! He landed firmly on the next platform, his body swaying somewhat and his face feeling somewhat pale. During the final moments before he landed there, it all hit him at once. He even felt like he was free-falling into an abyss. Even after his feet landed, he thought it was just an illusion of the mind and that he had miscalculated. This was indeed quite a scary first step. It felt completely overwhelming. Lionel looked up and saw the staircases extending to infinity. His eyes couldn't help but narrow as he took deep heaving breaths. Chapter 1724. Published at 7th of April, 2023, 8:55 and 42 seconds a.m. Chapter 1724. Let this be. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Fear wasn't something that Lionel could ever remember feeling, or at the very least, any memories of when he was were completely unimportant because he had likely been too young for it to matter. Even when the metamorphosis descended onto Earth, and he was thrust into life and death situations almost immediately, he had never really wavered in such a way. He could remember his first entry into the Mayan tomb quite clearly, and although he had felt apprehension, fear wasn't really at the forefront of his thoughts. In fact, the boldest emotion he remembered feeling from that time was guilt due to the lives he had taken. Even back then, he was calm and cool under pressure, able to use his smarts to get him out of situations he otherwise had no business getting out of. By the end of those few days, he had become a war machine, killing with every step and using those olden guns as though they were pistols. Looking back now, Lionel was much calmer about the matter and didn't feel the same fluctuations, but he could still remember it all clearly. Just days after that, he entered war-torn France and battled alongside some of the bravest men in history without feeling inadequate, and not much longer after that he battled against an entire fort on his own with nothing more than a cold expression. In fact, now that Lionel thought about it, the greatest instance of fear he had experienced ever since entering the dimensional verse wasn't related to himself at all, but was rather Anus. He could still remember how she shivered in the face of the puppet master when she lost control of her body. But now, Lionel was feeling so much fear that his breathing hurried. His skin turned a pasty white color, and he was completely drenched in sweat. Every step forward made him feel as though he was suffering the worst kind of torture. In reality, the only thing keeping him going was his own stubbornness. After a while, his smile faded, and he became quite a bit angry. There was no doubt that this tablet was tweaking and pulling at the strings of his mind as he pleased. Every time he completed a calculation for a leap, he was absolutely certain of how far he had to jump. He would even see it through the whole way. However, even so, the fear would come in stronger and stronger waves. The only way for this to be happening is for this to go beyond just illusions. The Emperor's Might tablet was directly influencing his soul. What pissed Lionel off was that he didn't seem to have a way to stop it. In this world, he was nothing more than a mortal. He could only jump and leap just the same way anyone else of the third dimension would need to. He had no access to his forces, and all he could do was rely on his ability index and innate calculative abilities. Bang! Lionel nearly stumbled and fell, heaving in deep gasps. His jaw was steeled, and his gaze was a blazing red. He was convinced. This fear wasn't his own. It was just a fear that this tablet was forcing him to feel, but it was all too real, all too tangible, all too indistinguishable from what true fear should feel like. Gritting his teeth, Lionel jumped again. The rush of fear came. Even though his momentum was perfect, even though his arc in the air didn't falter, even though the platform appeared right beneath his feet, as it always did, and he landed firmly. Lionel looked back and saw all the platforms he had come from. He felt like he was really nearing some sort of psychological limit, but he had only climbed up 9 stairs, while up ahead there looked to be an infinite more to go. Damn tablet. Lionel grit his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He bent his knees once more, jumping forward. The rush came again, the onslaught of irrational fear. He imagined that this would be what people who feared heights would feel like if they stood on a glass floor at the top of a skyscraper. It was completely irrational. You knew that the glass floor could hold up 100 times your weight easily, and yet that fear would still come in waves. Every time he leapt up, that fear would come again, even stronger than the last time. It was relentless. If Lionel felt that he had one weakness, it was probably his willpower. Willpower was something that you honed through hardship. You couldn't just be born with it. With how easy Lionel's life had been, with how much talent he had, with how much confidence he had in himself, how could his willpower be great? Oftentimes, he relied on emotion to give himself the illusion of willpower, but he never really proved himself in this regard. He could still remember that day, back when he was still in the 3rd dimension and trying to awaken his metal synergy lineage factor for the first time. Compared to the pain that he had experienced since then, in battles with his life on the line, in practicing heart-rending methods, in being eaten alive, that pain was child's play. And yet, back then, it had hurt him so much that he almost gave up entirely. He had been just a small moment from doing so. Despite the fact that he had gone through much worse since then, Lionel couldn't say that his willpower was suddenly amazing. He would be lying to himself. Today, he felt that this was only being affirmed. He had only moved up 10 stairs of what must have been tens of thousands, and yet his mind already wanted to give way. Lionel grit his teeth, his gaze blazing. He was unwilling. Since he hadn't experienced hardship before, let this be his hardship. Chapter 1725. Published at 7th of April, 2023, 8:55 and 41 seconds a.m. Chapter 1725. Pride if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, images of his uncle flashed in Lionel's mind. He had never seen his father struggle before. That man seemed to do everything with an incomparable ease, as though everything was in the palm of his hands. His uncle, however, had struggled twice before him. The first time when he tried to complete the painting of a spear and failed, and the second time was when he revealed to Lionel that beneath his golden armor, he was entirely drenched in sweat. Back then, Lionel could see the straining of his muscles, the every twitch of their individual fibers. He had felt that his uncle was at his very limits, and yet he put his golden armor back on as though nothing at all had happened. Lionel didn't know what was drawing his uncle forward. Maybe it was revenge for Lionel's grandfather and his father, or maybe it was something that Lionel had no idea about. However, whatever it was, Lionel knew that his uncle was working far harder every day than he ever had before. Lionel only seemed to want to work hard when something caught his interest, but was that really being hardworking? Anyone could focus on something that fascinated them. Maybe he was only slightly special because of how long he could focus on it, but this didn't make him better than someone else. He was just lucky enough to have a mind capable of focusing like this. But once again, that wasn't willpower. Lionel jumped forward again, his breathing haggard. He felt like he had just run a marathon, his heart threatening to leap out from his throat, and his muscles pumped with so much adrenaline and lactic acid that they might just give out any time now. He was a person who was easily bored. Nothing truly moved him. When you broke down everything into its logical components, maybe that was just the inevitable extreme you would reach, or maybe that was the end you come to when you had too much talent at your fingertips, or maybe it was a combination of both. Lionel knew these things about himself, but changing them wasn't exactly a matter of just thinking it, which was an ironic thing for him, of all people to say, considering the sheer control he had over his body. But much like his love of Aina, this part of his personality was so deeply ingrained that it felt difficult to weed out. Sometimes he felt like a lofty existence overlooking the entire universe. So lofty, in fact, that nothing was worth his attention, nothing was worth his interest. However, sometimes he would also feel a sort of unique agitation, an agitation that was usually linked to Aina in some shape or form, or his father in other ways. Only the two of them seemed capable of pulling in directions he never thought he would go. It was odd, because there were definitely other people that he loved. He loved his mother, he loved his brothers, even his grandmother had a piece of his heart. But for whatever reason, they weren't as solidly ingrained. Lionel actually wasn't sure if that was how everyone felt or if he was just uniquely psychotic. Regardless of what the answer was, he knew that he needed to change long ago, but shrugging off those feelings were impossible, and they only became more troublesome to get rid of whenever he did something else astounding. He had brought humanity's future out of his own when everyone else thought that such a thing was impossible. He toyed with the records of Void Palace like it wasn't a place the greatest geniuses of humanity gathered. He might have been defeated at the hands of the fiend-class geniuses of that zone, but weren't they also several tiers above him? Now that he knew that force manipulation existed, what would stop him from crushing them beneath his feet in a few years? The worst part about these thoughts was that he wasn't wrong. They were perfectly correct, and he was also right to be prideful about them. But even so, Lionel growled and jumped again, landing heavily before slipping and falling to one knee. At this point, the only thing keeping him going was pride. He didn't want to give up after traveling up such a pathetic distance. He felt more furious every time he even thought of giving up. What was wrong with him? Was he really so pathetic? Or had his backbone gone? It felt like all of his weaknesses were laid bare. By the time he made it to the 20th step, he could only gasp and heave on all fours. Pride. It was his greatest downfall. He had originally come to the Void Palace with such excitement. But the moment he felt disappointed by the geniuses he came across, he became bored once again, unwilling even to put in his full effort. Lionel clenched his jaw, pushing himself up. He grabbed the edge of the platform with a hand and pushed off both feet, propelling himself forward. Bang! He barely caught the edge of the next ledge. The distance and height difference between the platforms was being wider and taller. He squeezed his lats, pulling himself up slowly and rolling onto the 37th step. His chest billowed into waves, the strength of his breathing almost causing cyclones in the air. Pride. He gasped. He pushed himself up to his feet, stumbling again before sliding into a running start. Since normal jumping wouldn't work anymore, he would run. Lionel unleashed a roar as he jumped, landing on the 38th step with a heavy roll. Since his willpower was pitiful, he would accept that, embrace it even. He didn't need willpower because he was so talented. He didn't need power because he was arrogant, because he was prideful. He wouldn't let this damn tablet slow his steps. Those with willpower could endure. Those with pride could conquer. These steps would just be another conquest. Lionel landed heavily on the 50th step before pushing himself up to his feet, his gaze shimmering with a blinding, almost feral light. I chose my woman over the world. If even the weight of the world could not make me bow, what right do you have to do so? Lionel broke out into a sprint, his toes catching the side of the platform as he launched himself forward, barely catching the edge of the 51st step with his forearm. Chapter 1726. Published at 7th of April, 2023, 8:58 and 21 seconds a.m. Chapter 1726. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1726. Upheaval. Aina snapped awake after a long and deep sleep. Honestly, she would have woken up much later, but for some reason, the room she shared with Lionel had gotten so hot that even she was sweating. The moment even she felt uncomfortable, it was bound to be guaranteed that something had gone wrong. When she woke up, she lifted off the covers to find that it had practically become a sauna beneath the sheets. Lionel lay by her side, pale and covered from head to toe in sweat. From time to time, he would tremble and his heart rate would accelerate, only for it to calm for just a few seconds before it happened again. By now, If it wasn't for the fact that she and Lionel had become sixth-dimensional existences and had been cleansed more times than they could count by the cleansing waters, the stench in the room would have probably already become unbearable. Aina frowned, a deep line of worry marring the delicate lines of her forehead. She had just been in one of the most blissful sleeps of her life, all to suddenly be thrust into this situation. She tried to reach forward and wake Lionel, but he caught her wrist somewhat tightly for a moment before letting go. Although he didn't say anything, Aina could tell that he wanted to be left alone. Whatever he was going through, he could clearly come out of it whenever he wanted and simply chose not to. Considering his dream force affinity, he was probably one of the very few in existence who could simultaneously be stuck in an illusion and yet also be hyper-aware of what was happening in the real world. Aina sighed. She had just been asleep for a small, while yet he had gone to get himself into trouble again. This man really wouldn't let her know peace. Despite this, Aina smiled. After a while, she found a towel and moistened it with cool water before gently dabbing at his forehead. She didn't know what he was going through right now, but this was the only thing she could do for him. While Lionel was embroiled in a battle of willpower and pride, the human domain was slowly being embroiled in its own sort of war, one that had been brewing for the better part of the last over 20 years. However, with the appearance of the cloud race thanks to Lionel, it seemed to have supercharged something that was already a volatile powder keg. DiVincenzo and the Void Elders went off in hot pursuit of the 3 cloud race members, catching 2 of them, Captain Zildjian and Captain Urieth. As powerful as those 3 cloud race members were, while it was still possible for them to escape the likes of DiVincenzo, the Void Elders were simply on an entirely different level. It could only be said that the Cloud Race members were truly unlucky. The Void Elders would never participate in something so small usually. It was only because they happened to be present and nearby that they acted this time around, leading to such a result. It was because of this, though, that it was a mystery to how the likes of Captain Vimward could escape them. However, this embarrassment for Shield Cross stars didn't end here, and it could be said that this was a greater humiliation than anything Lionel could have personally done to them. After the capture of Zildjian and Urieth, they were handed off to the members of Shield Cross stars to interrogate. Although dealing with outsider threats was usually the jurisdiction of the Void Palace, due to the oddity of the situation and the fact it was in regard to the inner workings of the human domain's police force, it was left to DiVincenzo to interrogate the prisoners and escort them back. After all, any other potential spies and traitors had to be weeded out as quickly as possible. But who could have expected that on the way back to the main headquarters of Shield Cross stars that Captain Vimward would actually appear again, this time with backup? Without his flagship, the formation of DiVincenzo's fleet lacked a core and struggled in its usual coordination. Due to this weakness, the sudden ambush of Vimward and his fellow Cloud Race people was too difficult to counter, especially after Shield Cross stars was caught completely off guard. DiVincenzo fought tooth and nail, but ultimately, the methods of the Cloud Race were too numerous, and those that they dared to send into the human domain were only the absolute elites among elites. Although the casualties on the side of the humans wasn't particularly high, and could even be said to be very good given the circumstances, they weren't able to retain the 2 prisoners, and they were swiftly taken away. This news rang across the human domain, and the rapid in-succession follies of Shield Cross stars raised several eyebrows. The loss of a Tier 2 star ship, the failure to capture of a 20-some-year-old junior, the infiltration of the Cloud Race into their ranks, and then the subsequent loss of the prisoners. All of this was only made worse that Captain Vimward, the only one among the 3 to escape in the first place, had been under the pursuit of DiVincenzo to begin with. If he had been pursued by a Void Elder, even if he grew extra legs, escape would have been impossible. The level of incompetence was so high that not only was DiVincenzo not only demoted, he was detained and court-martialed under suspicion of being a member of the Cloud Race himself. Lionel would probably find this fact to be hilarious, but in truth, from the perspective of the human race, this was an important precaution to take. There seemed to be too many coincidences for all of this to have happened. Unwilling to admit potential personal fault, Shield Cross stars chose to use DiVincenzo as a scapegoat and claim him to be a member of the Cloud Race from the very beginning. The entire human domain was in an uproar. Just how far did this conspiracy go? How far had the Cloud Race infiltrated into their ranks? Chapter 1727, published at 7th of April, 2023, 8:58 and 22 seconds a.m. Chapter 1727. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1727. Ridiculous bang. Two palms hit a desk so hard that a trembling impact surged throughout the city. The fury behind it was clear, and even that floor-to-ceiling windows behind the individual shattered to pieces, sprinkling down to the streets behind him. However, by some miracle, the desk itself was perfectly intact. Outside of some light trembling, it maintained its frame, even the floor beneath it not experiencing even the slightest tremor. The two individuals standing before the infuriated man didn't so much as flinch. It was clear that they were very much used to this scene, and maybe that was why such an investment had been made into this furious man's desk to begin with. This furious man, though, wasn't a simple individual at all. In fact, he was one of the very few above-tier one-star officers of Shield Cross stars, one of only 8. To put this matter into perspective, the title of Tier 1-star rank was so rare that despite the fact they were always looking for more officers, they could simply not find anyone both worthy and willing to dedicate their lives to being a policeman. As for those above Tier 1-star officer, they were veterans no lesser in stature than Void Elders. They were known as the Cross Elders, and their position was designed to have 9 members taking up the rank at any given time. But much like the ranks of Tier 1-star officer, there simply weren't enough worthy individuals. As such, a position designed for 9 could only have 8. This man was none other than Cross Elder Avon, a man both known for his valiant service to the human race and just as well known for his fiery temper. The two individuals across from Cross Elder Avon were 2-tier, 1-star rank officers. However, other than not showing fear in the face of his outburst, the two didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. Although there seemed to be just a single rank between themselves and Cross Elder, the gap might as well have been insurmountable. The difference was akin to a member of the Void Senate of the Void Palace, or even a domain-ranked disciple, and a Void Elder. It simply wasn't meant to be compared. Incompetent, incompetent, incompetent. Cross Elder Avon spoke so furiously that the words were almost entirely incoherent. The louder he got, the less sense he seemed to make, so they could only assume he was repeating the same word over and over again. The 2-star rank officers before him, 1 man and 1 woman, could only continue to clasp their hands behind their backs, standing tall. I want the found now. Vishna, Corden, get it done. I don't care how you do it, I just want results. Vishna, the brown-skinned beauty between the two, and Corden, a bulky man with a round but steel-like gut, looked toward one another. Even without saying a word, they knew well what "I don't care how you do it" meant in this context. On the one hand, it meant exactly what it stated. But on the other hand, it was also a scapegoat flag. Sure, they could do whatever they wanted, but if they were caught, then they'd become the next DiVincenzo. Sir, what we do about Earth? Vishna finally asked after a moment of listening to Avon's heated breathing. Upon hearing Earth, Avon's forehead gained a new vein moonlighting as a slithering crimson python. It really looked as though his head might burst like a watermelon any moment now. Avon had, of course, heard the news that Eleanor Morales was actually the princess of the Ascension Empire. However, this shocking news had been overwhelmed by all the matters that came afterward. He had only just now remembered that he had even more to be infuriated about. The 24-hour period that Eleanor had given was quickly approaching, and no orders have been sent just yet. Between the Cloud Race matter and the escape of their prisoners to this moment right here, everything had happened so quickly that it was difficult to deal with. Earth was a troublesome matter to begin with because the Shield Cross star's branches in its vicinity were weak. This was because the Milky Way galaxy was fairly classified as a more primitive galaxy in comparison to the others. They had by far the most number of third and fourth dimensional worlds in the whole of the human domain. However, since then, Earth had expanded far outside the range of their original galaxy and had even quickly swallowed up several sectors. This led to an odd situation where the core of Earth's territory had the weakest Shield-Cross star's influence, while the outer reaches of its territory had the strongest. Even Shield-Cross stars hadn't expected Earth to progress so rapidly. Usually it took thousands upon tens of thousands of years just to improve through a single dimension, even if you had far greater potential. However, Earth had somehow made it from the third dimension to the seventh in less than half a century. This threw many of the original plans Shield-Cross stars had out of the window, and it left them in an awkward position. Now, they were suddenly being kicked out of the territory before they could even establish themselves. Ridiculous! 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 Spittle flew from Cross Elder Avon's mouth, and some even somehow ended up on his balding, wrinkled head. However, so much heat was coming off of him that it evaporated into nothingness in just a few moments. After a moment, Cross Elder Avon calmed and sat down in what remained of his chair, the wind from the shattered windows fluttering what remained of his hair. Then he sneered. "The Morales want to play games, huh? We'll see how long that lasts. As for the Ascension Empire, they want to be free of us? Sure, fine, let them be free. I can't wait to see how long ITLL take for them to come crawling back." Order your subordinates to keep an eye out for that brat. The fugitives of the human race can't run around just because of who their mommy and daddy are. Forget the other matters. Go do as you're told. Avon waved a hand, and time seemed to reverse as the shattered window shards flew back into place and melted back into place. Chapter 1728. Published at 7th of April, 2023, 8:58 and 22 seconds a.m. Chapter 1728. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1728. Rupture Lino gasped for breath, something he had suddenly become very used to doing. He didn't think that he would enter such a state for a long while thanks to how much vitality he had pumped into himself using his metal body. But here he was suffering. After a while, Lionel stopped being pissed off and even became a bit languid. Emotion could only really get you so far. Eventually you would tire of it. Being enraged all the time was exhausting. People weren't designed to be that way. The lows only hurt because they were the lows, not the baseline. And highs were only so satisfying because they were such a change from the norm, not a constant. By the same token, drudging up willpower just because you were angry wasn't good enough. Even the most vindictive person couldn't be angry forever. There would always be a time where it faded into the background and you were forced to feel different emotions. But that was also precisely why Lionel never wanted to rely on emotion. Lionel rose up again. By now the gap between the stairs was far too large to rely on nothing other than his physical prowess. It simply wasn't enough. But Lionel had already realized that this wasn't a trial of his body. So obviously the solution to jumping across these enormous barriers was in his mind. He would either have to force these stairs to come closer, or he would have to get more powerful and larger. Lionel roared, his height increasing by an entire foot. This was nothing more than a projection of himself, a representation of his body in the form of dream force. In that case, he would just make himself larger. But in doing so, Lionel leapt forward again, his body practically undergoing a shuddering seizure as he leapt through the air. He landed and rolled across the platform, his body spasming. It was about what he expected. The larger he made his body here, the more dream force he would have to flood in. And the more dream force he flooded in, the deeper the hooks of this tablet would be able to sink into his real body. And the deeper those hooks entered, the more real and terrible the backlash would be. It was getting to the point where the fear was becoming crippling. In the beginning, he only had to shake his head to recover, but as he climbed, he was beginning to take several seconds, but the time he crossed the 1,000th step, it took him several minutes. The real-world effects were becoming more devastating as well. Having his body enter a constant state of fight or flight didn't seem like a big deal at first, but it was frying his neurons and pushing his body to the limit. His heart rate was constantly above an allowable threshold, even given his body, the less immediately important functions of his body like digestion and the like. More and more stores of energy were being flooded directly into his muscles, and the amount of calories he was burning a second just maintaining the obscene heat he was giving off, not to mention his constantly shivering body, would very quickly put him at the brink of death. The truth was that time was dilated between the tablet and the real world. It was all too easy to fool the mind. Lionel felt that he had been climbing for months, years even, but his real body had only experienced a few hours. Even so, because his mind was going through so many terrible effects again and again, he was quickly losing muscle mass, and the walls of his heart were growing thinner as his body started to eat itself to maintain. The brain simply had too much power of the body. Even illusions, when taken to an extreme, could cause real and deadly consequences. However, disregarding this entirely, Lionel continued forward. Aina could only watch as Lionel's skin became more sunken, his muscles deflating and his skin beginning to stick to his body. It wasn't long before his breathing became nothing more than his ribcage moving up and down while his bronze skin lost all color and became an unhealthy and pasty greenish-gray color. Within the tablet world, Lionel could still not see the end of the staircase. When he looked back, he could no longer even see where he had started, and that was despite now being over 10 meters tall. He was relentless in his pursuit, and his mind had stopped thinking. Everything outside of calculating how hard he needed to jump to reach the next platform was already thrown out of his mind. Again and again, he would jump, stumble, fall, and roll, only to pick himself up several minutes later after he was finished foaming at the mouth to do it again. The worry on Aina's face grew with every passing mind, but she could only continue to dab at his forehead, her golden irises flickering with a somewhat fearful light. It really looked as though Lionel would push himself too far and die. Lionel, however, had no intention of stopping. He didn't know it consciously, but he had already reached a state where he would rather die than give in. Maybe had he known this consciously, he would have snapped out of it and thought it to be ridiculous. This matter wasn't worth dying over. He had too many things to do now. But in that moment, with his mind focused on one thing and one thing only, he was relentless in his pursuit. Lionel jumped again, his body reaching over 100 meters as he landed on the 10,000th step. Just like always, he slipped and fell, his body beginning to convulse once again. But this time was different. In the real world, the walls of his heart had become far too thin. This time, when it tried to pump too fast beyond its limits, it ruptured and a spray of blood came from Lionel's mouth. Aina went pale, but she suddenly felt a hand on her wrist. Despite the state of his body, his hand seemed to have a great amount of strength. Within the platform world, Lionel slowly stood to his feet again, his projection rippling like an image cast on water. Again, at that moment, while Lionel was pushing himself beyond normal bounds of reason, a fleet of ships had come to a stop near the borders of Earth's territory. But for some odd reason, the flagship that they were waiting on to pass through this area was nowhere to be seen. Of course, this flagship they were waiting on was none other than the very one Lionel had stolen. Chapter 1729, published at 7th of April, 2023, 8:58 and 22 seconds a.m. Chapter 1729. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again. Chapter 1729, running out, bang. Roar. A hand clasped onto the side of platform, its fingernails bent and twisted, its tendons and ligaments rising like roaring veins that just might pop out at any moment. Lionel pushed with all his might, the fear coming in waves. He had already reached his limits, the size of his body having been pushed beyond even the realms of reason. He stood several kilometers tall, and even this was only just barely enough to catch the ledge of the platform, withstanding the barrage of thoughts of inadequacy. of giving up, of being unworthy, all while trying to climb to the very peak was difficult, too difficult even to put into words, even though he could feel the ledge, even though he knew well that he was just a single great push away from climbing to its peak. It still felt like he was falling into an abyss. The clutches of devils and demons waiting for him below, fully prepared to swallow him up whole. His fingernails snapped and tore, rivers of blood flowing out. His pinky's ligament gave out first, snapping like a steel cord and ripping his finger back at an awkward angle. The backlash was so great that it felt as though something had taken his finger and peeled it back to his wrist, wanting him to suffer the most unimaginable pain. Another snap rang out, and this time it was his ring finger that was peeled back almost like the skin of an onion. The strength of his body was playing sticks against him. Each one of his muscle fibers was like tempered steel, intertwined into a cord that layered the muscles and organs of his body. But because of this, when they gave out, the effects were resounding and devastating. Every time one gave up, a bang would resound through his body as though a clap of thunder had resonated within his skeleton. Lionel's head just barely managed to peek over the ledge. He slammed his down on it, using it as leverage in an attempt to pull himself over. His expression was ghastly, his face pulsing with veins and his teeth shattering one by one under the pressure like fragile porcelain dolls. He pushed with all his might. Roar! The shot came out muddled and gargled. He didn't have the strength to open his jaw with so much weight pressing up on it. However, he managed to gain some momentum in an attempt to swing his foot up and onto the ledge. Just as his heel was about to snag a piece of the ledge, another snap rang out. Lionel's body shuddered, and his middle finger's ligament snapped. By this point, he only had one arm left, while it seemed like only the ligaments of one hand were being snapped. That was because the tendons that connected his other arm had snapped during the last climb. Before this, Lionel could just use his dream force to repair the projection of this body. But by this point, things had been going on so long that he truly had nothing left. Even his overwhelming dream force stamina was running thin. This was the last body he had. He simply couldn't repair it. And if he fell here, he would truly fall to his death, with the state of his body in the real world. It couldn't handle true damage to his soul. In fact, the only thing keeping him from dying currently was the independence of his soul. He couldn't fall here. He refused to fall here. Another one of Lionel's teeth shattered beneath the pressure, cracks running through it like fissures in concrete beneath the wrath of an earthquake. He held on with his jaw on one side, and with his remaining forefinger on the other. These are the last two anchor points he had, the last barriers holding him up from a fall to an inevitable death. Lionel's gaze was entirely crimson. There wasn't a hint of the pale violet remaining. He gazed upward with the look of a madman. By this point, he had forgotten what he was fighting so hard against. He didn't even know if he ever really had been fighting for something at all. All he knew was that he wanted to take another step forward, and then another. This matter had started off without much thought. He wasn't in any rush to suddenly become many times stronger, and he had already become content with the strength he had. It was the same cycle he always went through. For a moment, he would feel a burst of motivation caused by an existential threat to his life or someone he loved. He would then raise his battle strength quickly in a short time, and then he would crush his adversaries only to come out the other end bored. But this time it was different. He had just claimed a resounding victory, and yet here he was, struggling on the border of life and death. Maybe at some point during this journey, he had felt a chance, even if it was a small one, to take a step in the right direction, and to take that step before he faced something that even he couldn't quickly think his way out of. Maybe that was why he was so unwilling to give up. Maybe something was telling him that he was running out of time. Roar! The whites of Lionel's eyes turned entirely crimson, a blinding and bloody light illuminating them. Snap! His forefinger gave way, but he quickly swung his arm up. This time when he roared, he had just barely been able to open his mouth, which pushed his body up just far enough for him to swing his shoulder over the ledge. Lionel's mouth opened up for just a moment before his mouth came clamping down again. The sound of shattering teeth resounded, but Lionel had already used the leverage his shoulder gave him to swing his feet up. This time, he aimed even higher. Even as his teeth shattered, his heel hit the platform and he rolled his shoulder forward. With a final furious push, Lionel swung his head down with all his might, slamming his forehead against the top of the platform and using the violent momentum to push the rest of his body over the ledge. Chapter 1730. Published at 7th of April, 2023, 8:58 and 22 seconds a.m. Chapter 1730. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1730. Next, Lionel felt his head spinning. That final blow was so powerful that he had most definitely shattered his skull. Blood flew from his nose and ears, shared of his own bone, sticking into the most important frontal networks of his brain. However, even while feeling so dizzy, he struggled to prop himself up, his mind repeating the very same action he had every other time as he rose through this world. The platform he had started on was barely enough for two of them to stand on, but this one was tens of kilometers wide and long. Even so, after making himself several kilometers tall, it would only take a few rolls for him to reach the end of it. Realizing that he didn't have the strength to stand, Lionel could only do that. He didn't want to stop his momentum. He felt like if he wavered even once, he paused even once, he would no longer have the strength or courage to continue. He had to keep going. The moment the fear response cleared, he had to keep moving, no matter what. He grit his teeth, ignoring the pain of rolling over his injured hands and arms as he made it to the edge of the platform. Just one more roll, and he would fall off to his death. Only then did Lionel come to a stop, blinking several times and trying to see the distance between his platform and the next one so that he could judge exactly how much strength he had to gather to reach it. However, at first glance, Lionel didn't see anything. His vision was quite blurry, so he blinked again, even weakly wiping at his eyes with his forearm before he could look again. But even then, he couldn't see it. Lionel's heart froze over. Could it be that the next platform was so far away that he couldn't see it despite its surely overwhelming size? Just by a rudimentary calculation, it would take being a few thousand miles away at the very least. He was already several kilometers tall, and the pain was unbearable. He had already pushed his dream force to the max and couldn't get any larger. Even if he could get larger, could he really withstand what would happen to his body if the fear response suddenly became 1,000 times more potent? Lionel's jaw steeled, the shards of broken teeth in his mouth digging into his gums as he used the more acute pain to pain him up. He slowly rolled to his knees. Standing up, it took him several minutes, but he finally managed to get to his feet and look right up into the vast and endless skies. He took a deep breath, glaring upward as though he was looking at his worst enemy. But at that moment, the platform began to shimmer and shine. Lionel, who was still thinking about how he would reach the next staircase, suddenly felt his body enveloped by a caressing sort of light. The injuries to his projection were quickly being healed. His tendons and ligaments snapped back into place. His grotesquely curled fingers were pulled back, and even his teeth and fractured jaw began to mend themselves. Lionel looked down with a hint of surprise, not understanding for a moment until it hit him. It wasn't that the next platform was so far away. It was that he had already reached the last platform. He had already lost count of the number of platforms he had climbed, but he had stopped keeping track because doing so was only attacking his psyche. Having to worry about how far he had gone and trying to guess how far he had left to go would have only worn down his mind and made him more likely to give up. He had shunned all such thoughts, so much so that he hadn't even considered the fact that he had truly reached the end. Lionel stood in silence for a moment, thinking back to everything he had gone through. He probably should have felt happy or relieved, but he didn't feel that way at all. All that pain, all that horror, he just felt like if he juxtaposed it to his usual methods, the latter was far too inferior. If he was honest with himself, he had never worked so hard before. Compared to Aina, he was far inferior in this respect. Lionel took a breath. In the outside world, his body had truly become little different from a skeleton wearing a bit of skin. But for the first time in a long while, his condition didn't deteriorate and even seemed to become a bit better. Although he didn't suddenly recover immediately, he at least seemed to stabilize somewhat. Lionel didn't even need to personally observe the current state of his body to know that instant recovery wouldn't work on him. He had pushed himself so far that he would need true time and rest. Back when the Cobra Demon had eaten him alive, it was only by snatching strength from the demon that he had been able to recover. This proved that there was a certain point of no return even for instant recovery unless it gained outside support with the help of the healing branch of the Dark Force side of the lineage factor. Regardless, this wasn't a problem that Lionel was too bothered by. Although his body was a bit weak, it wasn't as though he was helpless. And right now, he was more concerned with what exactly reaching the final platform meant. It couldn't be that it would just recover his dream force, right? In truth, even if this was the case, Lionel found himself not minding as much as he thought it was. This may be one of the few times where he felt he had gotten more out of the hardship than the reward waiting on the other end of it. However, it was a guarantee that things wouldn't be so simple. It was potentially time to truly learn what the Emperor Might lineage factor could do. Lionel's projection was enveloped by a light and brought to a new place. When he appeared, he stood in another world of green and blue. There were bubbles all around him, some of which were delicate and pale green color, and others of which were radiant and blinding royal blue colors. Chapter 1731, published at 10th of April, 2023, 11:06 and 20 seconds a.m., Chapter 1731. True Sovereign if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again by this point. Lionel was certain that the greenish-blue colors meant something that he wasn't aware of, although he had stopped paying attention to the platforms so that he didn't psyche himself out. He still had noticed that they started from pale shades of green, become more vibrant jade colors, then transformed toward a bluish tinge before stopping, and an almost diamond-like bluish color that was maybe one of the most beautiful colors Lionel had ever seen. If he had been in the state of mind to care back then, the final several dozen kilometer long and wide platform he had just been on would have been acknowledged by him as one of the most beautiful polished gems he had ever seen. Now that Lionel thought about it, the Fox family's emperors might manifested with a vibrant green color. This didn't seem like a coincidence, only his kings. Might manifested with a violet color, but that was only due to a mutation that came from his metal synergy lineage factor, originally. Lionel's metal synergy lineage factor became tainted with a crimson force when he almost deviated the first time he tried to awaken it. However, after he fought back and succeeded in awakening it, a violet color was born. This violet color wasn't something that Lionel was keenly aware of the presence of until he formed King's Might lineage factor in the Valiant Heart Zone. However, this violet color appeared even when he wasn't consciously using King's Might, like when he fully deployed his metal synergy lineage factor. Lionel shook his head and stopped minding these matters for now. The intertwining of his lineage factor made what was going on inside of his body greatly complicated. He wouldn't be able to figure it all out even within a few years. His best chance was to personally go through the records of the Morales. But that would have to wait. Lionel reached forward and touched one of the smaller pale green bubbles, since he wasn't certain of what they were, although he did have a guess. It was better if he chose to be cautious first. The bubble popped and a surge of energy entered Lionel's body. Not only did he suddenly feel like his soul had been greatly nourished, growing not just a few times stronger, but mysterious patterns and runes began to formulate in his mind. After a while, Lionel blinked and opened. His eyes shining wink with a frown, Emperor's aura. As expected, it was a method of utilization designed precisely for the Emperor's Might lineage factor. But in addition to this, the process of assimilating these usage methods also seemed to strengthen his soul, branding it with odd runes that reminded Lionel a lot of god runes or star runes. Lionel's gaze twinkled with a peculiar light. Emperor's aura, from the description, was something he had always had. It made sense that this was the smallest and easiest bubble there was to assimilate here, since he had been using it since long before he was even consciously aware of having this lineage factor. For as long as he could remember, every time Lionel got serious, a suffocating aura would pervade from him. He wasn't actually aware of this, but others had always told him that this was the case. In fact, one of the reasons he always finished his test so quickly back in class, it was to give everyone else a chance. However, this bubble had taught him how to consciously deploy it, and how to also be aware that he was doing it. Although it was the smallest bubble here, that didn't mean that it was a weak ability. It was just that it was a fundamental ability. So fundamental that most would have access to it the moment they awakened this lineage factor. In fact, even Lionel's cousin Noah had Emperor's Aura. How powerful this ability would become, though, was dependent on several factors that Lionel had a feeling were related to just how far you climbed. If this explanation was correct, even using Aura to suffocate people to the point they couldn't use their force was possible. It even explained that even if completely stopping people from using their force was impossible, you could lower the strength of their force. Essentially, if Lionel had had access to the full scope of Emperor's Aura during his battle with the Cobra Demon or Thela, he could use it to weaken their force manipulation and even potentially bring it down to a realm that he could more easily deal with. Lionel took a breath and moved forward. He suppressed his desire to start popping the biggest bubbles around here. Although he could sense he had earned a right after climbing to the highest platform, he had a feeling that he might very well implode if he even tried. What Lionel didn't know was that climbing to the highest platform had done more for him than just give him access. It was also the reason learning was so easy. Usually, one would have to master these runes personally before being able to properly use them, but all Lionel had to do was pop the bubble and it would integrate the full meaning of it for him. Lionel reached out toward the second smallest bubble. This was a slightly brighter shade of green than the last one. Emperor's Projection. This was a skill that gathered Emperor's Aura and formed a projection. Through this projection, Emperor's Aura could be applied to one's force. Through doing this and concentrating Emperor's Aura, its effects would become more potent. This was another ability that Lionel knew about, and he had even formed his Emperor's Projection before through a skill he had learned from his mother. It seemed that his mother had meditated on the Emperor's might lineage factor enough that she had formulated a path through these inheritances herself without having the tablet. Even so, seeing the full method here and having it directly imprinted onto his brain, Lionel realized that he had neglected this skill far too often, and he also realized that in the past when he integrated his destruction aura with it, the process hadn't needed to be so permanent. The only reason he had thought it was permanent was because he had so little understanding of the skill. Now, however, its full breadth was imprinted directly into his psyche. He understood it better than anyone else in existence currently, which also meant Lionel reached out a finger and formed a small blade of spear force. Soon, numerous runes began to appear on its golden surface before it gained a small tinge of violet, giving it a truly royal air. Although Lionel had never seen it before, right this moment, he was absolutely certain. This was the true sovereign spear. Chapter 1732. Published at 10th of April, 2023, 11:06 and 18 seconds a.m. Chapter 1732. Emperor's Presence. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel looked down at the radiant spear force for a long while before he crushed it in his palm. He was absolutely certain that this was the so-called true sovereignty that those women of that zone were speaking of. He could feel a qualitative change that relied on something beyond just the ring on his finger, but likewise, since it didn't rely on his ring, it had its own strengths and weaknesses. For one, Lionel could apply it to his bow force and become a true sovereign of the bow as well. However, unlike his spear force, which was immune to all other spears and spear forces, his bow force would be limited to restricting bow forces weaker than his own. This, though, was only natural. Of course, Lionel had already reached this stage with his bow force even without his King's Might lineage factor. The reason why during his battles in the Void Palace that bow force seemed to be easily absorbed by him was because he had crossed this threshold on his own. Now though, Lionel formed bow force, using Emperor's presence to infuse Emperor's aura into it. At that moment, his white bow force shimmered with a resplendent violet color, even more obvious than what had been the case with his spear force. The change in its strength wasn't small. Lionel could feel the minor fluctuations everywhere it passed, his level of control over it reaching an unprecedented level. This wasn't exactly a matter of power, per se, but instead the dominion over which he could maintain perfect accuracy had increased by not just a single fold. Lionel crushed the bow force in his hand and formed a strand of fire. This fire force was one he hadn't used in a very long time, radiant force. It had radioactive properties, and it had once been a very core part of Lionel's heavenly cycle comprehensions until they had evolved under the influence of the zone. Lionel was very curious. There was nothing that said that weapon forces were the only forces he could use Emperor's presence on. Logically, he should be able to apply it to almost any force. With a thought, he fused his presence into it, causing the silvery red flame to gain just the slightest hint of violet. Lionel immediately noticed that depending on what his target was, the vessel could accept more or less of his Emperor's aura. For example, his bow force absorbed by far the most, while his spear force absorbed comparatively less, and his radiant force absorbed even less than that. Among the three, spear force and bow force were still somewhat comparable, but radiant force might as well have been on its own scale in a negative direction. But at the same time, this didn't necessarily mean that the results were lackluster. In fact, Lionel could feel that the changes to radiant force weren't small. The main difference, in his estimation, was that radiant force wasn't a good enough representation of fire force in general. Lionel flipped another palm over. This one contained Scarlet Star Force. The moment he started flooding his Emperor's aura into it, it was as though it was a vast and boundless ocean, taking in more than he could even give it. Compared to his bow force, it was even several steps beyond. In fact, beneath its presence, his radiant force was quickly snuffed out. That was when Lionel came to an understanding. Using his King's Might lineage factor, he could gain a shortcut to becoming a sovereign. However, he needed to use a force as a proxy first. The quality of his sovereignship would be dependent on the quality of this force. Lionel's bow force had experienced the very same baptizing his spear force had. However, it was in the 6th dimension, while his spear force was still in the 5th. As such, his bow force was stronger in this regard than his spear force by not just a small margin. Radiant force was a weaker fire force, which was capped at the 6th dimension. As such, the pressure it could exert over other fire forces was minimal, while Scarlet Star Force was, of course, the strongest fire force in all of existence. Obviously, using the latter as a proxy to exert pressure onto other fire forces was far superior. Essentially, if Lionel used his Emperor's aura on his radiant force, many fire forces would become useless against him, but not all of them. If he did the same with his Scarlet Star Force, however, it would likely be impossible for others to even stir fire force in his presence. Aside from this, there was only really one other important thing of note, and that was that Lionel only seemed to be able to use his Emperor's aura on one type of force at a given time. For example, he could use Emperor's presence on Radiant Force and Scarlet Star Force at the same time. But he could use it on Scarlet Star Force and Spear Force at the same time. Nor could he use it on Spear Force and Bow Force at the same time. Lionel didn't mind this limitation very much, as its foundational abilities alone were very excellent. In addition, these should actually be the simplest abilities the tablet had in store for him. There were still dozens more bubbles floating in the air. After a moment, Lionel looked toward the bubbles again. He hadn't reached his limit yet, and there seemed to be no reason to stop. So why should he? If he had to master these techniques himself, he might consider stopping here. But considering they assimilated with his mind perfectly, wouldn't he be too stupid to not take advantage? He had exchanged a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get here. He reached forward and touched another bubble, this one being third from last in terms of size and radiance. A familiar, nourishing feeling took hold of his soul, cleansing him from head to toe and making him feel alive. It truly felt like he was floating on a cloud. Emperor's Gaze. Chapter 1733. Published at 10th of April, 2023, 11:06 and 17 seconds a.m. Chapter 1733. What right? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Emperor's Gaze. This was a technique that built off the back of Emperor's presence, fusing it instead into a person's eyes. However, unlike the Bao domain lineage factor, this technique wasn't actually designed to see any further, though it could be used to see with more clarity. The most basic usage and implementation of this technique was to disperse illusions and to attack the psyche. These both relied on similar principles and managed to accomplish two different things relying on the same foundation. Ultimately, illusions were just tricks of the mind, and Emperor's Gaze could disrupt them. By the same token, it could piggyback off this ability to directly attack the mind of an enemy. When Lionel finished assimilating with the technique, his gaze couldn't help but glow, his pale violet irises becoming a deeper hue of violet for a moment before reverting back to their original color. This technique, wasn't it very similar to a technique of the spirituals? In fact, wasn't it precisely because of techniques like this that running into a spiritual boss in a void tower was no different from drawing dead? The human race only dared to battle against spirituals when they had soul protection treasures on hand. Without them, meeting a spiritual race individual of the same and similar dimensional strength was basically a guaranteed in skill. Humans had too little research done on the soul and hadn't created any techniques for it themselves. As such, they were all too vulnerable in this respect and could do nothing against those who did have such techniques. Just by virtue of gaining Emperor's Gaze, Lionel had basically become as difficult to deal with as a spiritual. The only ones who could combat against him were either individuals in the seventh dimension who also had soul force or dream force-based ability indexes or lineage factors, or those who carried around soul protection treasures. However, in both instances, these demographics should be somewhat rare. At the very least, one would have to be from a prominent family of at least a six-dimensional territory to carry around a soul protection treasure. The other ability of Emperor's Gaze, to dispel illusions, was also quite good. Lionel was already fairly immune to illusions, but that wasn't the case for those around him. Now he had a tangible method of crushing any illusion he or his allies faced, and this could be greatly helpful in the future. Lionel's eyes cleared and runes danced and rotated in his irises before slowly fading. He didn't feel like he was anywhere near his limits, so he reached forward and tried the fourth. A refreshing feeling washed over him again, and the runes of another technique imprinted itself onto his soul. Emperor's Seal. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Even the name alone was domineering. However, the description of the technique itself was even more soul-shuddering. Emperor's Seal was an application of Emperor's aura and Emperor's presence. Using the latter, it formulated the former into a grand seal that manifested into the air. This seal would be used to directly suppress, imprison, and crush. Even if Lionel hadn't had any spatial affinity, he could use Emperor's Seal to lock down space similar to what the warships of Shield Cross stars had done to the Void Palace. Like this, even if someone had a great spatial affinity, it would become useless. Emperor's Seal was quite similar to a domain-like ability, and it functioned on a more ethereal level than Lionel's gravity domain. While one targeted the physical body, the other targeted force in the soul. However, both of them were able to cause physical changes. Beneath Emperor's Seal, even though it ultimately was a suppression of the soul, the body would find it a very difficult move and force would become extremely sluggish. In the worst-case scenario, if the gap was large enough, one would find themselves grinded into meat paste. In fact, one of the actions of the Emperor's Seal was known as rotation. With every rotation, The pressure would increase on the person beneath the seals, might until they could no longer handle it, and exploded. Lionel took another step forward and touched yet another bubble. Emperor's Edict. As these runes fused with Lionel, his aura became more refined and more dignified. The rotating runes within his irises only grew more complex with every assimilation. Emperor's Edict was yet another technique that Lionel found very similar, and once again, he gained an entirely new view of it. This technique wasn't very different from the one his mother created. It used Emperor's Seal to form the boundaries of a world, and then it disseminated an Emperor's Edict. This edict set a rule that had to be followed within the confines of the Emperor's Seal's world. If this sounded familiar, that was because it was the very same concept as Lionel's mother's crystal world technique, one that Lionel hadn't used in a very long time because he simply didn't have the time to assign to mastering it. This technique, when fully mastered, could be extraordinarily powerful. Lionel could set a rule that stated that all metal within his seal world were brittle. In this situation, if a sword tried to attack him, he could shatter it with a flick of a single finger. If he was in a world of water and found himself disadvantaged by the terrain, he could set a rule that stated all water would vanish, and suddenly he would be fighting in the air. He could reverse gravity, he could zap away all oxygen, he could even turn all gas in the air into an extremely flammable substance, and then light it all on fire with a single thought. When taken to its logical extreme, Emperor's Edict, or Lionel's mother's crystal world technique were all mind-numbingly powerful. In the hands of someone like Lionel, the possibilities were simply endless. In the face of an emperor, what right did anyone have to resist? Chapter 1734. Published at 10th of April, 2023, 11:06 and 14 seconds a.m., Chapter 1734. Emperor's Command. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, Lionel exhaled a breath. Despite the nourishment, he could vaguely feel that he was reaching his limit. He didn't actually believe that the problem was that his soul wasn't strong enough. It was more so that his body wasn't in the best condition right now. Although his soul had been replenished to its peak, a lot of its strength was being diverted to keep his body up and running. If he used up too much of his capacity, his body, which was already barely holding on by a single line, could very well reach past a point of no return. Lionel sighed. He really wanted to absorb more. After a moment, he utilized instant recovery in the outside world, allowing his body to recover somewhat. Although he was still as skinny as a beanpole, at the very least, his life was no longer in any real danger. Lionel scanned through the bubbles and locked eyes on the radiant blue ones. They were much larger and more vibrant than the green ones that he had been working with until now, and his curiosity was really getting the better of him. If the bottom 5 methods of this Emperor's Might tablet were already so powerful, what exactly did these behemoths represent? What techniques were they hiding? Lionel let his curiosity get the best of him. Until his body truly recovered, this would be the last bubble he would clear for a while. In addition, if his choice was one of the much larger blue ones, then it was likely that even after his body recovered, he would have to wait until he progressed through a few tears and strengthened his soul before he came back again. But Lionel felt that if the bottom 5 techniques were already so powerful, he felt that the top few would likely be life-changing. Lionel took a breath and pushed the other bubbles out of the way with his thoughts, reaching forward toward one of the largest radiant blue bubbles. Up above the rest of them, there were 3 bubbles of the exact same size, all of them exuding a blinding royal blue light. Lionel had no way of choosing between them, so he just picked one at random, reaching his hand forward and popping it. The strong surge of pressure made Lionel shudder. On the one hand, he felt as though his soul and body were being ripped apart, but on the other hand, he was being built back up just as fast. He could feel his capacity for dream force increasing by leaps and bounds. Strong waves of auspicious air were exuding from him in tsunami-like currents, and his aura was becoming suffocating. Deep within his eyes, a blinding blue light shone, so bright in fact that the runes within it were nowhere to be seen. Only Lionel could feel these runes, each one of them countless times more complex than any he had ever seen. Just when Lionel felt that he had reached his limits, his 3 Dream 4 stars began to slowly rotate, their pinnacle 7th-dimensional star runes shining and offsetting the pressure. It seemed that it was only because he had reached this state with his dream force that he was able to withstand the pressure. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. As the technique and Lionel's star runes formed a sort of feedback loop between one another, Lionel felt that his understanding of dream force and the soul was becoming clearer and more defined. In fact, he felt that the path ahead to taking the first step on his journey of dream force manipulation was becoming just that small bit brighter. Several moments later, the process finally came to a stop, and Lionel gasped for air. However, even after a long while, the blue radiance coming from his eyes was only slowly fading. Lionel stood in silence for a long time, not quite knowing how to take this technique or to accept what he was feeling. What was life exactly? Had he really been overthinking it all this time? Was it really that all life was equally valuable? Or was it more accurate to say that all life was equally worthless? Emperor's command, arise. Using this technique, Lionel could target a recently deceased individual's soul. He could give it shape and form, using it to fight on his behalf and as a proxy for his other techniques. However, this was only the simplest use of this technique. On the more complex side of things, he could assimilate the affinities of this individual through the use of Emperor's presence. Much like he did with his forces when he formed sovereignty, he could form a sovereignty through this deceased individual's soul. For example, if Lionel killed a master of the wind element and then took control of their soul before it dispersed, he could gain sovereignty over the wind element through the use of this soul's affinity. In fact, he would be able to command this soul to use the abilities they had in their lifetimes with even greater ease and power than the person themselves had when they were living, just by virtue of the fact he could give them sovereignty. To say that this ability was overpowered was an understatement. In fact, Lionel felt that it was more than worthy of being one of the 3 absolute strongest abilities of the Emperor's Might Tablet, even if it was only for temporary usage. But it still left him feeling a bit conflicted. When Lionel first learned that he could revive the dead through the use of the Silver Tablet, he had his own small existential crisis back then. He felt that his worldviews were spinning in his head, and he didn't know how to reconcile it all. However, he had been able to eventually shrug it off because the power was in the hands of a treasure far beyond his imagination. Maybe it was only right that it could do such a thing. But what could he say now that such a technique was at his fingertips? Now that he too could play with life and death with just a thought, how could he reconcile this matter? What left Lionel the most silent, though, was that there were still 2 other techniques of this caliber within the tablet. In fact, they were connected with this one, so much so that he already knew their names. Emperor's command, assimilate. Emperor's command, breathe. Lionel didn't know the details of these techniques, but just by virtue of their names, he had a few guesses. And if he was correct, Lionel closed his eyes, releasing a sigh. However, not long later, his eyes snapped open. Who? Bang! The flagship shuddered as something collided against it. Chapter 1735. Published at 10th of April, 2023, 11:06 and 13 seconds a.m. Chapter 1735. Pirates, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel's eyes snapped open immediately. Aina sat on her knees nearby. She had already looked off into the distance, but it was difficult to see anything from this location. This room didn't have any mirrors, and although there were monitors around to observe the situation outside, none of them had been turned on. Considering what the 2 had been doing in this room, they didn't have time to care about such things. Lionel tried to sit up, but an aching pain took hold of his body, threatening to make his consciousness fade. If it wasn't for the fact he had used instant recovery once already, He might have directly passed out just now. Anna looked back and panicked slightly. "It's fine, I can handle it." Lionel chuckled lightly and winced as he slowly pushed himself up. "You don't even know what's going on outside. How could you say that so confidently?" Seeing that Lionel was in the mood to joke around, Anna rolled her eyes. If this man didn't look like he was at death's door, she would really teach him a lesson. Lionel's pale violet hair and irises had lost all of their color, both looking far more like a pale gray and lacking the vibrancy they had once had before. He was still naked, so it was all too easy to see his skin sticking loosely to his bone. His cheeks were sunken and the bags under his eyes were practically black. At a glance, he looked like a talking zombie with a small dash of handsomeness probably only Anna could see with her love-tinted glasses. That said, Lionel wasn't wrong. To say that the warship with the size of a moon was actually a bit of an underestimation of its size. Without the monitors activated, Anna's mind, even with its recent buffs, had no way of seeing far enough to check on what was going on outside. Bang! The warship shudders again as Lionel just barely managed to push himself up. Even so, it's too dangerous for you to go. Your instant recovery didn't even work this time. At least absorb some of the demon corpses first. Lionel shook his head. "He'll be fine. There's no need to waste the demon corpses on this. We only have a limited number of them, and they're best used to help everyone else. Don't worry too much. I might look like I have a foot in the grave, but right now, I'm actually more powerful than I've ever been before." Lionel stood to his feet, wobbling once before he regained his bearings. He slapped his thighs once, and a pair of sweatpants covered him up. He couldn't be bothered to dress the rest of himself. "He'll go see who's ruining our honeymoon." Anna blushed slightly when she heard this. This man had no tact. Outside the flagship, a fleet of spaceships surrounded the region, a number that could only be counted in the dozens and very close to bordering on the hundreds. These ships were only a fraction the size of the flagship behemoth, but they all had their cannons trained upon the same location, clearly planning to overwhelm quality with quantity and blast a hole through the hull of the warship. Not long after the second barrage rocked the flagship, Lionel and Anna appeared at the bow of the warship. Neither of them looked as though they were taking this matter seriously. Lionel wasn't even wearing a shirt, while Anna looked as though the only thing she was wearing was a shirt, having stolen Lionel's since he refused to give her time to prepare. Lionel had tried to tell her that he would handle things, but she refused given his state. In the end, she rushed after him like this, leaving him more than a little amused and another much larger part aroused. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to entertain the latter. Lionel narrowed his eyes and looked at these ships. He had yet to activate the force field of the flagship, although doing so would have ended this farce. He was more interested in who exactly was attacking him. After a moment of observation, he was speechless. Were these pirates? The ships looked as though they were cobbled together from scrap metal, barely weathering the astral winds of deep space. Although the flagship had been surrounded, in reality the just over 100 or so spaceships had only covered a small range, or else concentrating their fire would have been obvious. What confused Lionel was what gave these people the balls to do this. Were they blind? Or were they led by an outright idiot? There was one thing Lionel's intelligence couldn't account for, and that was outright fools. How could you deduce what someone who had been dropped on their head as a baby would do? As Lionel was trying to understand what was happening, there was a subtle ripple that spread from a ship hidden in the center of the semicircular formation. A signal. Lionel understood immediately. The spaceships geared up once more, their cannons glowing with a radiant light as they aimed forward once again. Something is off. A ripple spread from Lionel. All around the flagship, his clones appeared once again. In just a small instant, the force field activated. The beams of light converged, colliding against a recently formed barrier. However, this time, the flagship didn't so much as quake. In fact, the force field didn't even so much as ripple. As though it had met a perfectly reflective surface, the beams of light reflected back. Before the spaceships could even react, they were enveloped by a blinding light. By the time Lionel's vision cleared, even his lip could only twitch. The entire fleet was eradicated in a single blow. No, not the entire fleet. There was just one straggling junkyard ship near the edge that just barely managed to stay outside of the range. But when Lionel's gaze zoomed onto their location, he found that the pilot was practically shitting his pants. Lionel's gaze narrowed. He could smell the bullshit in the air, and it definitely wasn't coming from that pilot. At that instant, almost on cue, space warped and shuddered. As though they had just stepped out of a hyperdrive state, 6 new ships appeared in an instant. This time, however, they truly did surround the flagship. With a length of several hundred kilometers each, they were just barely large enough to do so as well. Chapter 1736. Published at 10th of April, 2023, 11:06 and 12 seconds a.m. Chapter 1736. Impervious ruler if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel stood in silence, waiting for the other shoe to drop. He wondered if these people would be stupid enough to attack as well. Although their ships were much larger, they were still nowhere near comparable to the flagship. In fact, Lionel felt that he could act personally and take down these ships in a few minutes. The metal they used was mostly formed of 5th-dimensional ores, and they only used 6th-dimensional ores to reinforce it. This was probably the most common configuration of spaceship, since even for 7th-dimensional worlds, such a large amount of 6th-dimensional ore was too expensive to be gathered casually. Only the most elite of 7th-dimensional worlds would form warships so large with 6th-dimensional materials, and only true powerhouse organizations like Shield Cross Stars would be able to form such a large flagship like this one with majority 7th-dimensional materials. This was all to say that this fleet of 6 stood no chance. So Lionel really wanted to see what they were getting at here. It seems that they're targeting this ship, even to the point of luring me to kill that previous pirate fleet. But if they're targeting me, that has to mean that they know of me and my location enough to prepare this scheme, no matter how pathetic it is. But how could they know? No one should know where I am. If my location was leaked, these clowns wouldn't be the first to make it. It would most definitely be Shield Cross Stars or any number of my other enemies. The more Lionel thought about it, the more foolish he thought these individuals were. If they knew who he was, they should know how valuable his head was. Why would they come personally instead of just selling this information? Unless, at that moment, in the central warship, a few figures stepped out to the bow. The edge of their ship was just about a kilometer from Lionel's own. At this distance, the ships could very well fall into each other's pull and crash, but their relative power structure stopped this from happening. There were exactly 3 figures, the middle of which was a gentleman wearing robes of white and purple. He seemed to be exceptionally refined, but anyone with any world experience could tell that he was putting up a false front. He deemed himself to be more important than he was. My name is Richard. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lionel Morales. Although it's unfortunate that you've targeted my people like this, don't you think that your actions are a bit overboard? Lionel's eyes narrowed. Those words made it quite clear that his location had been exposed. This truly made things more interesting. There definitely wasn't a tracking device in the flagship. Well, there was one, but Lionel had dealt with it long ago. He wasn't a fool. It was potentially possible that one could guess that he was headed to Earth and check the common routes that connected the 2 territories. Considering the specifics of space travel, if one wanted to get to a location without wasting literal centuries, there were only certain paths that you could take. These were so-called star lanes that allowed hyperspeed travel without worrying about riddling yourself with holes. However, it also had to be remembered that Lionel had gotten distracted and allowed his flagship to drift quite far off course. There was simply no way to find him using these obvious methods. Seeing that Lionel remained silent, Richard felt that he was now a point up, his smug smile increasing as he let the silence hang. In his mind, he was making the mighty Lionel Morales squirm, waiting to find out what his purpose was. After he was satisfied, Richard revealed a pleasantly self-satisfied smile. I've come here for one purpose today. This flagship They'll be confiscating it. It's the least my people deserve for their grievances. Richard's smile became brighter. Lionel didn't respond. He was still lost in thought, trying to figure out exactly what was going on. He had an idea of what might be happening, but the complexity was taking a while even for him to untangle, and the only time that happened was when he was lacking information. After a while, Lionel looked up. Richard was looking at him with the same smile, believing that Lionel realized he was cornered. Since they could find him once, it was just a matter of a single call, and half the human domain would be hunting him down. From time to time, Richard's gaze would shift toward Aina. Although Lionel's shirt was huge on Aina and covered more than enough, her current state was simply too enticing. It was simply a universal mating call to all men. But Richard, in trying to remain professional, only took a glance from time to time. Although he was being subtle, how sharp were Lionel's senses exactly? Richard's smile began to grow brighter. I really hate the name Richard. Richard's smile froze. Every one of you guys I've run into seems to be more of a dumbass than the last. Lionel took a step forward, stepping onto the air. His body looked as though it could be blown over with a single gust of wind, and yet a stifling pressure rose, causing the surrounding ships to begin to whine and creak. Richard's expression changed as he took a step back, the two individuals who had followed him out stepping forward with menacing auras. Without fail, both of them were in the seventh dimension. However, Lionel continued to walk through the air as though he hadn't noticed at all, a billowing violet fog wafting from his body. He raised palm and faced it downward, causing a small, rotating circle of violet wind beginning to spin around him. Emperor's gaze. With a flash, Lionel's irises blazed with a blinding light, enveloping the two seventh-dimensional existences and Richard. Richard began to foam at the mouth and practically collapsed. The two seventh-dimensional existences were only dazed for a moment and seemed prepared to break out of it in the next instant. But by then, the cyclone of violet expanding beneath Lionel's palm had expanded across the kilometer distance in the blink of an eye, shooting beyond until it crossed even 100-kilometer distance. Emperor's edict. No seventh-dimensional existences shall step into my domain. The dazed seventh-dimensional existences felt a suffocating might envelop them. Before they could even react, they were expelled over 100 kilometers away and were completely incapable of reacting. With a step, Lionel's frail body landed on Richard's ship. However, at that moment, he looked no different from an impervious ruler, one whose commands couldn't be denied. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.